Hello and welcome to Sparrows of Nightmarket. It's a Blades in the Dark game, and we're gonna play Blades in the Dark.
Great.
That's the whole thing. I'm DarcyBits. This is my channel. You can also watch me on Cyclist Live as a player. I'm also a player in this game. B, you're the GM.
Hey, that's
Tell
me.
us what's up.
I am. Yeah, I am super excited. I've been looking for this whole week.
Yeah, me too. How about you, Simon?
Pardon?
Just saying hi. Introduce yourself.
Sorry about that. Hi, I'm Simon, and I might cut out for a bit. The internet connection here isn't great, but hopefully nothing happens.
Hey, it'll do. It'll do.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Speaking of which,
this is the. Sorry, use it. Go ahead, GM.
Oh, nothing. This isn't like a. I just realized I made this character, but I forgot to make a name for them. So it's like.
Oh, you gotta get that name sheet. I told you that'd be your best friend.
Yeah.
To reiterate, for folks who are joining us, this is the second episode, but the first episode was 100% character creation. We spent 5 hours making characters, which is sort of a misleading statement. That's the sort of thing that might make you think that Blades in the Dark is a really crunchy game, and it's not. It's mostly that we wanted to really get into how characters connected with each other, and the game wants you to build a sort of like your adventuring party, for lack of a better term, has its own character sheet.
Yeah.
And that requires a lot of like us actually discussing, as making joint decisions. So
Yeah,
we
so it's like
spent a bunch of time talking about that.
Have to.
So let's go over our characters and who we are as a crew, I suppose. Or let's just like jump in, and then once we get on screen, we'll introduce them. We'll describe what we're seeing and what the camera's seeing. So do you want to take it away, B?
Yeah. Oh, gosh. Yes. So just like actually play the game. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Give us that opening shot.
Yeah. Okay. So. Actually, So I guess to set things up, what do you all do for fun when you're not when you're not doing your vices or when you're doing your because we know what those are, but what would you be like?
Are you asking? Would
you guys be hanging out together after
oh, like where are we? What are we doing?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it sort of depends on where you wanted to pick up. I was imagining this opening shot being like we're in our weird office space that I think maybe moves around. I don't remember what we decided on for the layer.
and I'm
like maybe like tinkering on my gun, and like maybe we've got. Oh, I forgot what her name was immediately. Oh no.
Gertrude?
Not Gertrude. Oh, dang it! Where is?
It's in the faction, not the factions. The Sparrows of Nightmarket, my character sheet.
Yes.
Yeah.
Tressa Cook.
Tressa Cook.
We have Tressa Cook.
Yeah. She's like running. She's going through the papers. It's like like Brace would probably. Brance would probably know better than like about what it's about, but it's like basically, she's basically looking at the various incomes from like various offers, but basically mostly like milk run jobs. Not really anything that would be a score per se, but it's just like. Someone needs to like pick some shitty packages up and move them from one spot to another, and that's what you guys mostly do now, I believe.
Sure, yeah. I mean, so I think that for the purposes of you setting the scene, that's where we are, and then when the camera lands on us, we should actually describe things, so we're not just saying names with no context.
So how I imagine your office is like, so you're in like a building with like a bunch of other rooms. You're not like the door to your office doesn't like lead outside. At least like a hallway with a bunch of other places where people like live and work.
Yeah, I believe like if we had like an establishing shot of the building, it would be like a series of like.
Yeah, it's like a tiny doorway between two giant stores.
And there's like a staircase that goes like up to like maybe the second level, and there's just like a door there, and that's like leads into our area.
Yeah,
or something.
That's totally what I'm thinking. Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
very dingy, or yeah, it's like,
and there might be multiple things past that doorway, or it might just be us. I don't really know.
yeah. There's like multiple. I would say there's like multiple things. Like there's like past like the doorway to the outside. There's like
Yeah.
It's it's like like, this is like kind of a small like kind of apartment building, like, or not really a building. It's like it's again like mainly a storefront and right next to another storefront. But like here, there's like some like stairway that leads like inside to like more like living space and workspace in your case.
Totally. And you want to sort of reiterate like we are in this like industrial fantasy permanent overcast city kind of like.
Oh yeah, we are in Doskvol.
Yeah. What were you saying? It was like kind of like
1860s or
1860s like London.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. Okay.
But that super sucks, and you don't. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, not that 1860s London was super great, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we are. Yeah. So you hear like you hear like a tiny knock on the door. It's like almost a pattern. It's like kind of hard to. I think like it happens first, and you don't really register as a sound. But
yeah.
Like,
so we have like the camera like has the establishing shot of the building, and then it comes like into the office, and we see. Can you describe Tressa Cook?
Yeah. So like kind of old, like very gaunt lady, like gray hair tied back in a bun. Like she's wearing like a very like formal dress, like not flashy or anything, like very plain.
Right, totally. She's like at like I don't know a desk with like
she's like this. She has like spectacles.
Great, yeah.
Yeah, like
so like past her, we see I guess like further back in the room. I guess I might as well start with my own character. I'll let Simon just tell us what Brance is doing. I picture Ramira. Ramira's like this sort of slender. I don't really not like.
She's got a cool hat.
Pardon?
If the pictures they can go by, she has a cool hat.
She has a cool hat. Yeah. I'm actually kind of picturing like the second protagonist in the Tales of the Borderlands game.
I never played that.
Okay, well, I can't remember her name, but
I kind of remember
something like that. She had a good hat too.
Very important when you're doing crime.
Oh yeah, so she's got like a vest, and she's like working on a long rifle, like this like heavy metal like thing, and she's like tinkering with like the I don't know.
So is it like mechanism. So how long are we talking? It's like long, like long, like a long rifle, or something like absurdly long, like
I mean, whatever's normal, I guess. Like I'm not saying it's like super ridiculous.
So it's like normal size. Yeah, sorry. I thought for a second you were talking about like, oh, it's like her size. Like that'd be like absurd.
I mean, we can get anime up here if we want to. I was just thinking whatever the standard is. To be fair, it is a fine long rifle. It has a descriptor in my character sheet.
Yeah.
And it is mine.
Which means it's one tier up from like from you.
So I'm like at the back of the room tinkering with this, and like no one. Yeah, I'm not really paying attention to anything. I'm just like fiddling with something.
Does it have like a nice like mahogany?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know how trees work. Yeah, it's got to be like some like material from Severos. This sort of like, and that's like sort of the more like I always picture it more like if any place has trees, it would be Severos.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure like the world like kind of looks the same all over mostly like a lot like kind of.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, like very like nowadays like it's like trees are all withered and like gnarled.
Yeah, so it's like some heartwood inside something that like on the outside it's all withered, but like there's heartwood that was able to be pulled out of something. Yeah, that totally.
Okay, yeah.
And there's the occasional like weird little sparks that like turn into like smoke and drift off. Not like real smoke. I don't know how to describe it.
Yeah. I have a good picture, or
Yeah. What do we see from Brant's, and what does Brant's look like?
So the way I have it pictured is Brant's is not exactly tall, but not exactly short either. But it's more stout, and I'm not. What would you say? Built? Not. Yeah, I think that's the closest word to describe it.
Yeah. Like
ginger
hair,
ginger blonde hair.
Yeah.
Beard and what would you say? Like a heavy-looking denim jacket.
Nice.
Almost oversized boots by the look of it. That's the biggest image that comes to mind.
What do we see you doing what do we see you doing when the camera picks up?
Kind of take it off of what you're saying is also working on something. And the first thing that came to mind was just braiding lengths of rope.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I really like that image. I give the sailor, or not sailor, but like docker background. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. It makes a ton of sense because, like,
I imagine you was very salty.
Yeah, Also, I've been going off the picture, but like, like you sound like a guy that can like throw a punch. Is what for a spider, yeah.
Totally.
But yeah, okay. So as I mentioned, you hear like a kind of a very tiny patter on the door. Like it almost doesn't register as like a knock at first, but
cool. Yeah. So
that's definitely consistent.
What we see is like it hadn't been like maybe it was in one of the shots, but it wasn't the focus of any of the shots yet so far. This like little sparrow flies into frame from like somewhere near the doorway and starts to like head over towards Ramira tweeting, which is why I like notice. I look up from what I'm doing and it, like comes down and rests on like the brim of my hat.
Yeah.
And I get up and I take my time like putting my stuff away. I was like, okay, I gotta like put this away properly. You don't just drop what you're doing when you're tinkering with a gun.
Yeah. Also like. Yeah.
I probably like give a nod to Brant, like it's like someone's at the door.
Yeah. Noticeably, there's no silhouette on the window. Yeah.
Cool. So I'll go about putting stuff away, but I like indicate to Brant if Brant wants to go answer. Does what's her name again? Tessa? Is that right? Tressa. Does Tressa react? Is like I don't actually know what her role. I don't know what her job is. Like
I think she's.
We hired her, but I don't know what her job is. You know what? That's a character. Ramira has no idea what she does.
She's basically she's basically doing some accounting, like making sure like the stuff is adding up, or not so much making sure the stuff is adding up right now, but just like keeping records, like making sure that like this is all written down because it's very important. Like that we have something to go back to.
Yes, we definitely want to leave a paper trail as much as possible. As criminals, that is our number one priority.
She's used to working in like legit businesses, so maybe that's like that on top of her mind. But I think like
we have to have proper documentation so that we can falsify it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, like legit, right? If you have no documents, that's clearly suspicious.
Yeah.
The best laws do have a core of truth to them.
Good.
All right.
Yeah, but also it's like kind of, I don't know, like but also it's like kind of if there's like a lot of tabulation, it's good to have records that you'll show people.
Totally. So if Brant doesn't like go to the door first, I'll eventually get up. It'll just take a bit longer. I don't know. What do you think, Simon?
I'll get up and answer the door.
Nice.
Okay. Okay, so you open the door and like at first it doesn't seem like there's anyone there, but then you look down and there's like a small child. It's like a small child dressed in like very fine, like a fine navy blue formal get up
It's a blue coat. Don't let him in.
no he's definitely he's very 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 pale, but like you notice like his eyes are just like black, almost like a rabbit size.
Ooh.
And like he's
Huh.
like which is not super weird because like you've been around, like you've seen like the docs, you know like but Tyrosi people have like weird things going on with them. But yeah, like
That would be the first reaction, is that this is not like something wrong with a person. This is probably Tycherosi.
yeah, it's
Cool.
it's what when I'm thinking like
Mhm.
yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, which is like this foreign nation that occasionally people come in from, but they're, you know,
Yeah. Everyone from there has,
rumored
like,
to
a
have
weird
demon
mutation.
blood.
Yeah, has some kind of weird thing going on. Uh,
Cool.
yeah, and he's just like, is this the Sparrows?
Yes, little one. What do you need?
Oh, I have a matter of grave importance that I simply must discuss with you if you have the time.
Yes, come in. I usher. Usher?
Yeah.
Sure.
Open the door for the little kid.
Yeah. He looks like about like he's actually really little. He's like looks like about like 10 years old or something like that. Yeah. Yeah. He's it's like he's like very like that's like expensive like jacket and like white shirt underneath, and like he looks like if he were older he would look like some kind of I guess like like some kind of a lord, or yeah. But yeah, yeah. So what you like? So yeah, what do you do for like your new clients? Like, where do you like sit them down? Oh, do you have your gun out? Is the gun still visible?
Mine?
Yeah, yours.
Yeah, I think probably like in the amount of time it took to like, oh, hello, little one, come on in. I've like put away my like tinkering tools and like, finished up what I'm doing. Probably see me like lift it up and like run a rag back and forth along the barrel. I know gun things. Like
Yeah,
polish that off a bit, and then like on some like other strap, like sling it over my back and saunter over to Brant's.
yeah. He kind of he's like so you can tell like he's trying to like look like
Yeah, this is a kid trying to look brave,
like
right? Like, I'm not
yeah.
scared of things. I'm a big kid. Yeah, I know it.
He's trying to look brave. Like he does like have recoil, just like noticing the barrel over your shoulder.
Yeah.
But recently, but yeah, he goes like to uh do you have like a desk that you like sit people in front of, or like
I am picture it. We have like a couch. Like, there's just like a couch along one wall. We just sit down with them.
yeah, okay, yeah. Are you sitting down
Wait a
yourself?
minute. Wait a minute. Let me think about this for a second. Did we take professional as our
Yeah,
thing?
you did,
I
yeah.
think we did. Let's change that. Not professional. I mean, let's change it being just like a big comfy couch we just sit down with our clients on. What is the professional way of doing that?
Well, I think it's the same, but you have like a desk in front of you or something like that.
Sure, yeah. This is like
Yeah,
past where Tressa sits. There's like a desk where we like, yeah.
yeah.
Well,
Trista
like,
sits in the corner, like she's like
I
it's
am
like
very much picturing us as having like one room, but theoretically there could be a separate room with the desk. I don't know. Depends what you think.
no. I think like
Yeah, I was also thinking one
Trista's
room.
desk is like in the corner. It's like very.
Okay, cool.
It's like
Yeah.
but you also have like a big desk that's like in the that's like kind of central to the room, and like there's a couch on the opposite wall, and he kind of he kind of like nervously like sits down and like kind of brushes dust off his nice clothes, and he
Yeah, I'll like once we get sat down, like I'm there. Unless I picture it very much like you got Brant's the desk and the kid, and I'm like sort of off to the side. Like I'm part of it, but I'm not like behind the desk in the same way that Brant's would be. But there's probably like this like pause of after we move over there, and I say something like, "So they call me the Jack. What can we call you?"
Um. Uh. Oh, my name is Philip. Philip Marsden is my name of the Marsdens. I suppose we aren't very well known over here, but my father is involved in like a Taikarosi Leviathan hunting efforts. So, as you might know, you don't. I don't think you know, by the way, but yeah.
Oh yeah, but I totally nod along like, yes, of course.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So as you. So what? So the thing is, my father is fallen gravely ill with
Does your father know you're here?
No, and it's the fact that I would rather he not know. But
that makes three of us.
Yeah.
Perhaps even 4 or 5, actually.
Yeah. Oh, perhaps even what? Sorry, I didn't hear the last bit.
Perhaps even 4 or 5.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, I suppose. So yeah. So he doesn't notice, and I prefer not to, but I believe he's been cursed. Yeah.
Okay, I need to ask a question of Simon first.
Yeah.
Do I know about your packs? Your packs?
So, yes.
Okay,
my pact.
Like I'll give you a side look, not like as in like what did you do, but then like you know about curses, right? Like that kind of thing, right? Yeah.
Because we haven't really talked about it too much, but I feel like it's kind of important for our group.
Yeah.
So I feel like considering what we decided in the first stream that sorry, but that would be focus for us. So I feel like it makes sense if we did.
Yeah, I think so, right? Like you make all the business deals because that's a thing you do, right? Unless we want to break them, in which case I make the deal. But yeah, right. The idea that like, as far as I'm aware, you are the person who knows about curses that I know, right? So I just like look at you like, well, okay, what do you think, right? But I don't say anything. I let them continue, please.
Yes. And but however, I've been doing some reading, and I think I have a way I might fix it. But it needs like, it needs like an artifact that is from Tycheros. Sorry, hold on. All right, I think. Yeah. So, sorry, just talking to someone else.
Yep.
But yeah, I'm sorry. It looks down, but the thing is, getting it. It's not exactly something that the church would like to have in Doskvol, unfortunately.
I'm sorry if this is uncouth, but perhaps we can jump to the chase.
Oh, yes.
Do you know where this is, and you're looking for us to?
Yes.
Remove it from its current.
I've arranged for it to come into a dock, but of course the crew they don't know what it is, And as you can imagine, I'd rather keep it that way. So So I'm gonna need someone to procure it from the docks.
We understand. We understand.
As you understand, of course, without anyone knowing, and bring
it to cut you off.
And bring it to our home.
Of course.
And
how do you plan to pay?
Oh yes, he reaches in under his overcoat and puts on us a bag.
Yeah, and we don't need to talk about how much it actually is because we can do that.
He opens. It's like a sack, and it like opens up to you. And it's like a huge amount of like gems and.
Cool. So we kill this kid and take it. Okay, next score. All right.
And it's more, of course, when you if you could if you bring it to me. Yeah.
What sort of drop off are we talking about?
Yes. So that's also
You're not accepting it, correct?
Yes, and I think, and as I mentioned, I would rather my father not know about this. If it's possible, could and I understand this might be asking a bit much, but I might need you to sneak it into Manor so I can pick, if it's possible, to pick up personally. Unfortunately, I will not be able to leave the Manor on the day in which it is to be delivered. And that actually brings.
That sounds like it could be doable. When is the shipment supposed to come in?
A week from now, precisely. It's very important. It actually is very important that come at least by the 8th hour. So this is actually a thing in the book, which is probably weird, but the hours after noon are numbered, whereas like the hours before noon are named, and but yeah, it's basically saying 8 o'clock.
Right.
Yeah.
Is it possible for us to see the drop-off location prior to any?
Yes, of course. I'm willing to do whatever you need to help. Unfortunately, I don't know if I can I don't think I could.
We'll need to know where you'll be picking it up, of course.
Yes. So, okay. So my room will be is by the window. If that helps.
Well, if we could see it, we could
walk you home. Let me write down the address and it gives you an address it's in the more upper class part of Nightmarket, away from the shops and where more of the manor houses are. It's I would say it's about here-ish.
Okay.
Yeah, if that helps.
Yeah.
Okay. And the docks is which part?
The docks.
The docks, as in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, the docks are down. Yeah, those are docks. Yeah. So he'll point you to this specific. He'll give you another address, this specific dock right here, as kind of the spot where it's going to be. It's let's see, what is a good dock name? It's primarily where okay, it's run by Wilfred and Sons is the name of the group of people who own it. The Wilfred docks, which you know about your dock worker, you know the different docks that are on their own on
cool.
the.
Yeah. So yeah. I think we can do that thing where we cut ahead we assume we've asked all of the appropriate questions and gathered information as necessary.
Yeah.
And we can flash back anything we need to know.
One thing is, so as he's leaving, he mentions one. And one last thing. It is very important that it arrives to me on the day that it arrives at the docks. Any later, and it could be a problem. You understand, of course. Of course.
Of course.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
Okay. So yeah, so
something that as soon as we finished last week, I realized I don't think we decided on a carriage or a boat. We get one or the other.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I don't think we did.
Both are great. So we have one of those two. I don't know which one.
I like the idea of a boat. Both. Well, okay, so it's kind of advantages, disadvantages. Of course,
yeah.
Both will get you places faster, but they only really get you to places where they're out of water, of course. So
it sort of limits the jobs. You have to. It doesn't limit the jobs, but you have to There's that rush distance between whatever the location is and the water.
Yeah. I'd say I don't know what traffic is like in Doskvol. It probably isn't that great.
I mean, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Also, if we have a carriage, I guess we have to have something that pulls it. I don't want to take care of an animal. That sounds like work.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, okay, we have a boat.
Okay, what do you think? So, I don't know if it says anything, but what do you think powers the boat? Is it's steam powered or or do you have to
I assumed it was nothing. You hear a lot, you read a lot about gondolas sort of style things.
Oh yeah,
which is sort of always what I pictured, but I guess not really. I mean, the thing is, it needs to be small enough that it's going through these really tiny channels, right? Not just the big ones.
Yeah, totally. And a steamboat, even a small one, would be pretty big.
Yeah.
Though you could camouflage it if you want to. Yeah, it's up to you. What do you think your cruise style is?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, you also want it to be quiet, right? But you also then you can't have a car chase if it's a gondola.
Yeah, fair enough.
Just a side note. The rain has started to pick up a bit, so it might cut out unexpectedly.
Okay.
Fingers crossed, though.
Yeah, hopefully it works out.
Yeah. Good luck.
Yeah.
All right. So, yeah, I think probably it's a boat that has some kind of engine. It's
yeah,
it would be some sort of electroplasmic thing that's not legal.
Looks like a paddle-powered gondola, but it has an engine under.
Yeah, exactly. If we need it, yeah, it's one.
Yeah,
it's
I'm trying to think of that candle one from Ponyo.
Oh, I've never seen Ponyo.
I haven't either. Oddly enough,
the scene is she made a kid's boat go bigger, but it's actually based off of I forget quite how it works, but it's actually based off of actual toys that work, where you put a candle underneath some metal that he causes the metal to warp and expand, and not quite sure the internal schematics, but it pushes water under it.
Oh, interesting.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
So jet propulsion.
Yeah. So I guess my picture is it's a metal hole, the top side is wood, but obviously has kind of a metal hole, and it's a and it actually has a kind of a ripcord on the bottom which you can pull, and that actually will power the engine underneath, which runs on ghosts everything Doskvol.
Yeah, I fear it's
so remember what
somehow. Yeah.
I remember what it looks like now. It's there's tubes that go in and out where it cycles, draws in and propulses water out.
And that's all underwater?
Just because water is boiling.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah. That would probably be pretty
quiet.
I
figure we could probably steam pump it up or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that sounds great. That sounds perfect.
That would probably be pretty quiet too, and yeah.
All right, cool. So, you want to jump to the like, what do you call it? Like the strict score procedure, because there's like a whole
sure.
planning and engagement thing.
Yeah, like of course, like yeah, like I guess like this thing, like you do. So you do the engagement role, which I have to like look at quickly. Now that I think
Here's
about
a question. Here's a question.
Yeah.
Are we doing a job that is relevant to our preferred cargo thing?
He mentions like an artifact, so it's like and you can assume by the way he talks about it, it's like it's like an arcane thing.
Okay.
He wants to get rid of a curse.
Yeah, so I think that like generally the mechanical thing that does is it lets us take a bonus downtime, and generally you don't do downtime before the first score like this, right?
Yeah.
But you could do that one downtime action to like if we want to do any legwork before the actual job. That's something.
Yeah, sure. Do. Which yeah.
Also, there's a whole thing about like gathering information. I don't know if that takes an action or how that works, or it's just something I can do. So I guess technically you can make any kind of action you want during downtime. It's just
I think it's like a thing of like if you want to like have like a major advantage or something like that, like like if you want to playing first you got so
I'm gonna find my.
So we're talking about like So you have to like
it starts on page.
Playing engagement. So you gotta make like a plan first, right? So like you have to like.
Well, I mean, if we're taking a bonus downtime, I don't know if it happens before or after the plan.
It happens before, yeah.
And I don't know if it takes a downtime or not, but I would love to do some like gathering information on our would-be client because that's like the proper professional thing to do.
Oh yeah.
And if I look at my hunter sheet, my hound sheet, the hounds gather information questions. This is like one of those weird, like really easily overlooked things that every sheet has their own like little list of questions.
Oh yeah, I totally forgot about that.
Mm-hmm. So I have what do they intend to do? How can I get them to X? What are they really feeling? Where are they vulnerable? Where did X go? How can I find X? And what's really going on here?
Yeah. So I think information is a thing you do an action. I'm sorry, I'm looking for the rulebook right now.
Yeah, it's sort of awkward. It depends on like how much you're going for and stuff.
Yeah.
So that could be the downtime action as a screen stuff. I don't want to like because we just had a scene, and I could have like made an action roll during that scene if I wanted to.
Yeah, totally.
And I could do like what do they intend to do, or like what are they really feeling? And I don't think I care too much about that. I'm more interested in like what's up with the Marsden family? Who are they? Are they gonna what's going on? Who's their father? Are they actually cursed? All that junk.
Yeah. Yeah. So if you, Okay. So if you, sorry. He finds downtime activities.
Here's the thing. Yeah, the detail. If you don't know the detail, you can gather information in some ways to discover it. Page 36.
Yeah.
Page 36 says flow of information. When you want to know something specific about the fictional world, your character can gather information. The GM will ask you how your character gathers the info. If it's common knowledge, the GM will simply answer your question. If there's an obstacle to the discovery, you can make an action roll. If it's not common knowledge and there's no obstacle, make a fortune roll. I don't know, though, if it like... Oh, here's investigation. Some questions are too complex, and those are long-term projects during downtime. So otherwise, I guess I can just do it.
Yeah, I don't know if this will be a long-term project though. Like, what you want to know is like, what's going on with the Marsden family? What do people know about them right now, right? Or because I feel like long-term projects, like by definition, they can't be done in like a single roll.
That's sort of the point, yeah. Okay, so we skip to past the end of that scene, right?
Yeah.
We send the kid home because I assume that they were like, no, I can't like walk. You can't go with me to my home. That would be suspicious.
Oh no! You actually see like actually picture like you have like a window out to the outside in your office, and you see like him get into a carriage and drive off. There's like a carriage handler waiting outside, which he seems to I briefly said something which you can't hear, and then they get in and leave.
Brance, he had a carriage. How is father not knowing he's here?
It sounds like at first blush, it sounds like they're not particularly close. Maybe the father's preoccupied with whatever this curse is.
I suppose it's a fair point. Well, we could just do the job,
also simply
assuming we think it's safe enough. I don't particularly care what we're transporting or why. It's not our job to ask. It's our job to know if we're going to walk into a trap, though.
Yes. I'm also a bit concerned with how vague that item description is, that it might be a bit too big for us to move normally.
Right. Let me tail Philip, I believe it was. See if I find anything out, just casually.
So he's in a carriage. How are you going to tail him, though?
Rooftops. I'm going to run out and across some rooftops.
Okay, yeah, totally.
Yeah,
and
I have like some sort of way up onto the roof of the building we're currently in, and then I'm going to like go from roof to roof after that.
Okay, and I think would you have to roll to not be seen, or would that just be? Well, I think you just do that just because like it's kind of he's not really expecting it, and also it's like
it's in my paradigm. But if you want me to like do a thing, this is hunt. This is like 100% what hunt is, right?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. And you can have the hunt cover both the prowling aspect and the like stalking and not being seen aspect.
Yeah. Sorry, what you say?
I'm just saying, like, hunt is really good at doing sort of. You might look at this and go, "Oh, that's both prowl and survey and finesse," and it's like it's all a hunt roll, right? Of like, not being seen, following them, not losing them, and picking up all the information you're trying to find, right?
Yeah. Also, yeah,
that's like what hunt's for.
Like when if you failed, like that's actually a really good way of deciding like how you fail.
Yeah. And the question is whether or not you want to do this as a downtime action or if this is just an action that's happening in the scene, right?
I think this is just an action that's happening in the scene, especially since it's like so immediate. And also, I think it says in the rules like that downtime actions like those only account for like the things listed, which are acquire asset, long-term project, recover, reduce heat, train, and indulge vice, which is none of these things.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so should I just roll hunt, or do you want to narrate the scene first before the hunt actually gets rolled?
Yeah. So yeah. Well, I don't know. I picture. So yeah. Well, we'll see how the roll goes. I picture you like getting up on the.
Yeah, let's actually go over the like anatomy of a roll because.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm
actually,
sure
yeah.
that people don't know how that works, and because I need a refresher of it, there might be like some steps involved about like calling stakes. I don't remember if that's part of it.
Yeah. There's actually a thing of like I would say this is risky because you don't want to be seen, or no, actually controlled. This is controlled because
it's sort of my home territory. Yeah.
Yeah, home territory. He's not really expecting it, I don't think. And also,
all right, let me just check. Let's see. There's a section on this, right? Anatomy of a roll. Action roll summary. States my goal for the action. Choose an action rating, which would be hunt, and then you tell me the position and the effect level. So my goal is to follow unseen and like figure out where they go back to, if there's anything suspicious they're doing. It's kind of vague because it's like I see what I see, right? I can't be like my goal is to find out that they are terrible and they're murdering people. Right? That can't be my goal. So is that an appropriate goal?
Sorry, can you repeat your goal, please?
I would like to tail them, keep up with them, not lose them, and sort of see what they see without being seen.
Oh yes, that seems like a controlled role since this is kind of your purview. You've probably done something like this before, and also he's not expecting it. The effect I would say would be
controlled. Usually during downtime.
Yeah. I say like a standard effect.
Okay, sounds right to me. And I'm just going to do this. I imagine if I spent stress now. Well, actually, you indulge your vice to remove stress, so it's irrelevant whether or not it would reset normally because it doesn't reset anyway.
Yeah.
So I think there's a rule somewhere about like generally you don't use devil's bargains during downtime rolls, which I think is fine. I think that makes sense. Now this is a downtime roll, but a roll happening during downtime.
Downtime.
Yeah, but it's like outside of the score is what I mean.
Yeah, I feel like a downtime roll is like those specific on those specific.
Yeah. I'm not going to do a devil's action. The devil's bargain is not really the point here. So I'm just going to roll it. I got 2 5s.
Ooh, okay.
Which means I get a 5.
Okay.
Yeah, so for anyone following along, we roll a pool of dice equal to the rating plus any bonuses, and we just take only the highest die, and we try and get a 6. But a 4 to 5 is also good.
Okay. Let's see. So, you do, but as a consequence, you suffer harm, a complication occurs and it's reduced effect. So, or you end up in a desperate position.
Well, no, you're looking at risky, right?
Oh, sorry, controlled. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Which is I was trying to figure out how to possibly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
because all of them have the thing where you can just say, "Try again, but it's risky this time," right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, or it's one level less controlled. So when you said desperate, I was like, you must be reading the wrong one.
Yeah, totally. Hesitate withdraw. Or else. Okay. Yeah. So you managed to tail him like, and he just goes to like the place he pointed out, which is like kind of.
It's where they said they were from. Okay.
Yeah. But yeah. Okay. So.
Yeah, it might just be reduced effect. It's limited instead of.
Yes.
Instead of standard.
Yeah, so I'm trying to figure what limited effect here is. Sorry, I'm very new to the system as well, so it's like a lot.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, effect is intentionally vague anyway, so it's just about like how much are you going to tell me, and then tell me less. Like, you know.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So let's see. What was I gonna tell you? I was. Okay. So yeah, you get. You get there, and he actually, and he's actually talking.
Hello?
Oh, hello! Can you hear me? Can you hear?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, sorry, did you cut out there?
Yeah, sorry about that.
It's fine. We were doing a thing where I was tailing this kid. I'm still in that scene, so you didn't miss anything.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're just going over how a roll works. Yeah. So. Yeah, so you have normal effects. So this is so you get there, and but you don't, and you're like on the rooftop across the street, watching this kid.
Mm-hmm.
Before he goes in, he's actually having a kind of prolonged conversation with the cab driver. Not the cab driver, the carriage driver is like cab is it looks to be like his own carriage, but you can't. But it's too far away to like hear anything. So you can like
totally. I couldn't get close enough to actually hear anything that they were talking about, but I was able to track them back here.
Yeah.
If I feel like I am relatively, obscured, relatively not noticed, I'd like to like make sure they actually go in and they're not just like. Coming here.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So after a while, like he does it, unless you want to like go and listen to what you're saying, he does like go in and.
Right. That was the like I could have taken a risky roll to get more information. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm happy to just make sure they were going to where they said they were from.
Yeah. Okay.
And is this? Do I know this? Like,
do you want like case joint or?
I want to make sure I can like identify the place that. He said to drop it off at, like the room.
Yeah. Okay. So.
But I don't want to like, find all the places where I can break in and steal stuff. Like I don't really care about that.
So like on the street, on the opposite side of the street, like so let's draw a picture. It's like a big. It's kind of a big manor house and like a row of like a lot of big manor houses, like where a bunch of like very important people
Mm-hmm.
live, and if you go to if you go around the block to like the other side of where the house is, you can see that there is like a room, and like he on like this on like the third story, and you can actually see him in there reading some books. I assume you're like on the window on
Right,
there.
like they've gone in, and then I like went to where the window, and I see them come back up, like enter the room from my vantage. Okay, cool.
Yeah. I assume you're still on the roof.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, totally.
yeah.
Cool. Yeah, so I feel confident about that. I don't think like like you said before. I probably don't know this family. It's not anything that jumps out to me. It's like this building. I remember this. Like
So,
that's fine.
so given the fact that uh, like given the fact that like he assumed you knew him, I think if you like asked around, you could find out some stuff.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so I make my way back to Brant's. I don't know if you have a scene during that you wanted to do, but I come in. I'm just like, well, seems to check out. What's the plan?
Okay.
So I'm I'm thinking as soon as Ramiro leaves, I'm thinking of uh, heading out to the docks to try to find out more about any ships that are coming in next week. Try to figure out try to gather information about what's coming in, um, and if possible, any what do you say, like what guard like what the guard situation will be like.
Sure, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So this might actually be the like downtime action actually um, that
Yeah,
we get.
that sounds fair.
Um,
Yeah. Okay. Uh.
I'm trying to find the actual section so I can be like, this one. This is the action you're taking.
Yeah. I don't think. I don't know. It seems like all the downtime actions are like very like kind of specific roles.
Yeah. So we could do something.
I
So
feel
here's
like
the
that'd
thing, right? We
be
don't know what our
sort of
job is yet. Sorry, go ahead.
surveyor study.
Yeah. I think this is just a regular like like this is like kind of in the free play section. I feel
I
like.
mean, this might be like the job, right? If we want to just jump to the job, the intent of the system is that we choose a type and we cut to the action. We don't do all the little planning bits, and then we can flash back to stuff.
Yeah.
But as far as this like downtime action goes, I could see this being you like you're getting the information, you talk around. That's like fine. You can
Yeah.
get little bits and pieces, and you like arrange for an opening,
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
So that like you arrange for it to be moved, and that's like acquiring an asset or something, which is like
Okay.
the
I guess like the thing is,
cooperation of some docker.
yeah. So even though this is technically like a smuggling thing, I feel like this is also a kind of a theft.
Yeah.
So I feel like yeah, it's like the detail of the. So you have to like kind of do the detail of like
You want us to detail our plan? Is that what you want us to do right now?
not like detail. Well, yeah, you know like you have to like find the detail. Oh shoot, my PDF reader crashed. But yeah, you have to.
Yeah, it's for the system, the score. Where's the score?
Yeah.
The score. Planning and engagement.
Yeah.
Planning and engagement. Your crew spends time planning each score. They hold around the flickering lantern, so you don't have to. Right, but the players don't have to do the nitty-gritty planning. The characters take care of that off-screen. All you have to do is choose what type of plan the characters have already made.
Yeah.
And I was intending to do the like, let's do the bonus downtime action prior to that, but we could make a plan and then we know what action we want to do. Right, that seems reasonable.
Yeah.
So the plan types are assault, do violence to a target. If we want to just like bust in there and do the thing, get the stuff, and then make a break for it.
Yeah.
Deception, we want to sort of, maybe forge some documents or get it put on the wrong ship. Like, oh, we're here to pick it up.
Yeah.
Stealth is just like stealing it. Occult is doing something supernatural. Social would be probably actually very similar to deception in this situation, but doesn't have to be. Negotiate, bargain, persuade.
Yeah, I think social is like it would be like convince some like dock workers
Yeah.
I don't know, to like convince them to like do the crime for you. Basically, would be what I think social would be.
And then the funny thing is, there's also one called transport, which is carry cargo or people through danger. And it's like, I guess it's that one always because we're smugglers.
Yeah, I guess, but also like I feel like I don't know. I feel like assuming nothing goes wrong with like getting this thing,
So
there probably won't be much danger like in the actual transport.
John Harper says,
unless you pick like a very dangerous way to go.
Well, the funny thing is, John Harper will usually say, "Don't worry about what plan makes sense. Choose the one you want to do." Right. Yeah. So this is really about us, the players, saying, "This is the focus. This is the part where the camera picks up." Right.
Yeah.
Which we might end up still like shooting a bunch of people even if we don't choose assault. But the idea being, what is the plan we want to do? So we know transport will be involved, but is that the part that's interesting? Is that the part that's spotlit by the camera? Right?
Okay, yeah, that totally makes sense.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
yeah, how do you want to get this done?
What I would like to do.
I feel like.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, then initially it kind of feels like it would be a stealth kind of thing, but
what I would like to do is
we don't have much information to work with.
Right, we can get that information, right? We can
actually
flash back to that stuff.
Makes sense. I think so as you would know, Brant, the crates and the like shipments and like the ports like all have like a number associated with like each crate, and he should give you like the number associated with the crate that like you need to pick up. Like he wasn't expecting you to like just search for like a random like search for all the shipments coming in. Like so yeah like you like if you like if you can like look at the crate or like have someone find it for you, you have like the number you need to the string of numbers you need to find it.
I feel like there'd be a transport list I could get my hands on theoretically.
Oh yeah, true.
The plan that jumps into me is finding out where it's supposed to be going and reroute it, right?
Oh yeah.
So either that's intercepting it part way, or it's like at the docks going, yes, we're the people taking it to Wintermoot Road, right? And then we just don't go there. Which would be a deception in that one sense, or it could be an interception somehow. Which would be, I mean, it could be anything, depends on how we intercept it. And I think we can get that information through your action if you want to either acquire the asset of that information or if you want to just make a roll to gather information like a spider. I'm sure spiders have really good gather information questions.
Yeah.
So that's my
thought. Hold on a second.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just want to take a look at like what the gather information questions are for spiders.
Oh sure, yeah, I was gonna bring that up, but haven't yet.
Yeah. So yeah, these are questions you ask whenever you do like a study or like something just to vaguely like gather information. Right? Or is there like a
usually you would study or
like
survey
a action for that? What do you say?
Usually you would study or survey to get that information.
Yeah.
So you know.
Yeah, I feel like in this case, like, or I don't know, it depends on like how you do it.
It depends on how much we're looking for, right? If we want something that we could go, this is an asset, this information, right? As opposed to just we go and we look and find out.
Yeah. Right? Yeah. So yeah, like say like what do you do to like do you like talk to your old buddies at the docks or like do you
or even we might even want to do that. I don't know. That was just my idea.
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
Simon, you there still? Or did you
shoot
again?
Shoot.
Yeah, I think that probably happened.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Maybe. Yeah. So yeah. Just for like record, we were thinking of like this might have to be like a solo job, which might be the case. Simon might. Sorry, Brance might have to do like just stay behind and do
And
some
spiders
planning.
are great at that. We could easily do a job where I go and do the stuff, and we can't have him like in an earpiece because that's not really a thing. But
Yeah.
like pulling stuff from the shadows, right? Doing the whole spider manipulation stuff,
Yeah.
um, which could be great. So let's actually just like do that for now. Assume that that's the plan, um, where we will plan this mission. We choose to go and do stuff. I'm gonna go and actually, he's like more of the face. So if I'm going and doing stuff, it's probably, let me take a look at my actions first, just to make sure I'm not underselling myself.
Yeah.
So I've got hunt, I've got survey, I've got tinker, I've got finesse, I have prowl, and I have attune. So if I went up and I said, "Hey, I'm the person you're supposed to give that to. Give it to me. It'll be great." It's not gonna fly.
Yeah.
So what I think I'll do is I will use our free downtime action because we have connections.
Oh,
Hey,
hey.
Simon, you back?
Great. Nice.
Nice. We were about
Yeah,
to.
sorry about that.
Yeah. I was I was taking the liberty of planning a job where Brance just sent me to do it and stayed home.
That might have to happen.
Yeah.
Hopefully not.
Well, spiders are really good at like popping in and being like, "Flashback. I planned this. Okay, hope that helped. Bye."
Yeah.
So we could do that job, and you could still be as involved, really, because you're a spider. What I was going to do is say I'm going to take the downtime action of acquiring an asset, and the asset is some like dock worker buddies of Brant's are just going to give it to me. The people who are already going to handle it are giving it to me, and I just need to transport it.
Yeah.
So it's a transport mission. The routes are going to be canal routes, as far as it needs to be. And I'm just gonna do that thing. That was my plan. I don't know if you had another thought, Simon.
That sounds like a great plan. But I was thinking this approach is try to gather as much information as possible. Try to figure out who might be involved that we could work to our advantage in any way.
Mm-hmm.
Then kind of relay that information among the group, among our group.
Yeah. It's like, this game very much encourages us to like.
I cut out.
Yeah, this game very much encourages us to like make decisions and just do it and sort of backfill when necessary. So, I think we can just. Well, let's make the roll. Let's make the acquire an asset roll and see if we have, or you can like. So there's two ways of doing it. Well, actually, let's make the acquire the asset roll. I think you can fail that roll. If you fail that roll, we can then have the scene in the actual score where we try and convince the dock workers to give it to us.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I believe acquired asset is just based on our tier, which means it is 2d6 take the lower.
Yeah.
But actually, I'm not sure if you can fail. I think it might just be the quality is bad, which, that might come back to bite us. That's the sort of thing you can write down and say, cool, they had a bad quality contact that helped them out. That's going to get to someone. They're going to sell that information to somebody down the line. But I think it's better for us to just like pick a thing and just do it instead of spending all day planning. Yeah. What is that? Was that improv phrase? Okay. Planning leads to more planning. So I will pull open our character sheet, or our Sparrows of Nightmarket. If you want to say Sparrows of Doskvol, and I would go down to, I believe it's just, what is it? Not rep. Where? Tier. And I click tier.
Yeah.
And it says bonus dice. None. I don't think there's any way of getting bonus. Well, there might be. So we're doing this as a downtime action, right?
Yeah. So the world excludes tier. The results include quality of the asset you get. So I need to set a minimum quality of what you acquire this particular asset, which in your case is like, I guess, whatever dock workers there are that are going to be handling this item to give them to you instead of to.
Yeah, we're inserting in the fiction that these are people who know Brants, and hopefully they are interested in helping us out instead of
Yeah.
Yeah.
I say that's like
and let's see, where is downtime in here? Because I know there's a
so
special downtime.
I would say that's like
okay.
I would say this isn't like a particularly huge ask, so I would say this might be a tier 0 assets. Actually, yeah.
Here it is. For any downtime activity, take +1 die to the roll if a friend or contact helps you. After the roll, you may spend coin to improve it even further. So, do you think?
So you basically, the thing is like if a minor, so yeah, you get the quality asset is using your crew space. So like this is so this will be a quality 0 asset. If you roll a 1 or a 3, if the end result was a 1 or a 3, you get -1, so you wouldn't get the thing. But if you rolled a 4, 5, or 6, then you would.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we would have to spend coin or try and do the job without it. Cool. Well, I love it. That's great. So.
Do you have coin? I forget.
I believe we have 1 coin. We ended up not spending it because it was more interesting if Sherlock didn't like us. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So I picture this as a thing that Brants is doing. If that's okay with you, Simon.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Okay. So first thing, I have heard people interpret the if you go and like if both of us went on the same downtime thing, then that would be we would count as a friend. I don't know if that's an appropriate way of reading that or not. But either way, you probably have a contact for this, right?
Yeah.
Can you check to see if you have a Docker contact?
I would imagine so.
Yeah, I think you do. And let me check. Maybe I have a Docker contact. I don't remember. Contacts. My contacts are an assassin, a sentinel, a physiker, a spy, a bounty hunter, and a sparrow. Wait, what? Oh, that's actually Gertrude. Never mind. I just added them to my friends. I was like, wait a minute. That's very convenient.
If I'm reading this correctly, I'm just looking through the spiders thing. I have an information broker, the master architect, a servant, a chemist, and a Bluka archivist.
Okay.
I forgot how to read for a second.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't strictly say
super relevant.
Yeah. But you can know more people than that, because I feel like you would know people at the dock too, from your background.
So do we want to invent a Docker and add 1 dice to this? 1 die?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Simon, we're gonna need a Docker friend.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put you on the spot.
All right.
They need to be in the fiction.
Let's come up with a name for the Docker.
Do you mind to
Dominic the Docker?
Give you some name? Oh, Dominic. Yeah, I like Dominic.
Dominic's
what's Dominic like? What he look like?
I'm writing this down before I forget. Dominic the Docker.
Yeah, or do you want me to decide that? If that's totally okay too.
The first thing that came to mind was pot belly, huge arms, big boots.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Probably smoking problem.
Yeah. Probably what problem?
Smoking problem, probably.
Probably.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I can picture Dominic.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna roll this for us because I have the sheet open.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Crew tier 1 die, got a 6. Pew 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 pew. Dominic is golden.
So I don't think there's a thing where you can get an extra good quality thing.
I think so, but I don't know what that actually means in this scenario.
Yeah.
It's just I think that's just a flag to you, the GM, that this person's probably not going to like screw us, right?
Yeah. Definitely. I think you're good buddies. He's not going to. It just so and it also just so happens that like, he doesn't have to ask anyone else for this. So there's no like he doesn't have to pull any favors with anyone else. He's just gonna.
It happened to be him that actually wasn't supposed to do it.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, totally. You have to know enough people that like you have to know the one guy that was going to take. Well, not the one guy because it probably takes multiple guys to like move
great, but they're like involved in it. They're like they're like the foreman, for lack of a better term.
This guy's actually foreman, and he's like he'll be able to tell them to actually, how do you want to do this? Like, do you want to, because like I don't know if he can just like straight up like give it to you at the door. Like, do you want to like to leave it somewhere or like or actually no, maybe he can.
What was the plan, right? What was he going to do with the package?
Yeah. Well, okay. So where it was going was to a museum, like in Charter Hall.
Nice, cool.
Yeah.
Charter Hall.
I don't think he was involved in the actual delivery, but like would be taking it to like
he's gonna hand it off to someone who's delivering.
Yeah.
He hands it off to us.
He's gonna take it to like a waiting carriage, basically.
Mm-hmm.
You could be the waiting carriage, or you can.
I mean, we took a boat.
Yeah.
I mean, we could acquire the asset of a carriage, but we don't have time for that.
Okay, so maybe. But also, I don't.
I'm thinking.
Actually, no. They use boats to transport things too, so it could just. He could have.
I think it's more interesting if it was supposed to go to a carriage and it went on a boat instead.
Yeah. He can like he can say like, oh no, it's going to this boat over here, and like you just need to like look respectable when they load onto your boat, which assume you can carry like a you can carry like a thing. It's a small crate.
Cool.
Yeah.
So that's our asset. So we have an inn. Let's choose our plan and make an engagement roll.
Yeah.
So I don't know what type of plan we actually chose. If it's transport, because we've already sort of skipped over the like deception infiltration part. I think it's just a transport job.
Yeah.
Which means we are taking canal routes. So, well, actually, that's a good question. Do we want to go sort of like, I don't even know how well we can transport down this main. I wish these all had names. They totally should. All these canals should have names. Because there's like the main spot that separates like Crow's Foot from Charter Hall, right? And then we would go up and there, but that seems like all like kind of. I don't know how much water there is.
I picture you're picking this up from like the docks, right? You're not picking this up from.
Yeah, exactly. We have to get to Nightmarket, so.
Yeah, totally.
We could either go up through the Charter Hall and Six Towers. Sorry?
I was thinking it might make sense if it's initially on our boat, and then by the sides of it, because we have to deliver it to a specific place in Nightmarket. The latter half of that would make sense. Assuming, like the initial plan is the latter half would be delivered by carriage because Nightmarket isn't all connected to the waterways.
Yeah, and there is actually like there's definitely gonna be like a land part of it. Yeah,
totally. We have to either do it on foot or take a carriage at that point. Probably on foot, honestly. Like we'll just carry it the rest of the way. I think that makes sense. But like, or it could be that it's just it isn't a transport job, and we're actually gonna like, we're gonna take the place of the carriage drivers, and like that's the job, right? But we should just have a plan and make an engagement roll on that.
Okay, yeah. So you pick a plan and do the detail of that plan.
It's the thing that the game warns you against, and every game I've ever played, people do it anyway. It's very funny.
It's hard not to do. I feel
totally, right? Yeah. So I would say transport job, and we're gonna try and go through like side channels so that we're not going down, so that it's like take the side streets instead of the main street. It's less. I mean, it's probably more it's probably more conspicuous, but it's less actually conspicuous. Does that make sense? It's more suspicious. It's less conspicuous. That's what I mean to say. That's my thought.
It does help a bit that Charter Hall is in rough proximity to Night Market, so we don't have to worry the whole way.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. We could actually take it through some channels and then, like, stow our boat somewhere and then take it the rest of the way on foot now that we're distanced from the docks. That's possible. We're just carrying it. How big is it? It's like a crate or is it like a briefcase?
I'd say it's like about... So it's like taller than it's wide. It's like about like it's like about the size of like a heavy bag. Like
like a duffel bag.
Really help. Like kind of like a.
It's like a duffel bag.
Yeah. Well, it's a crate, not a duffel bag, but yeah.
Well, yeah, but like dimensions.
Yeah, it has like a strap. Like it's like you're gonna be like kind of encumbered if you carry it.
Okay.
Not like covered in like the mechanical sense, but encumbered in like the fictional.
So I guess the question I have is, how like manageable are these larger? They're not even really canals. I don't really know what to call them. Rivers, right? The larger sections. I guess I can draw on the map so you can be sure you know what I'm referring to.
Sorry, I'm looking at the map.
Sure, but like these ones here, right?
Yeah.
How actually like traversable are they in like the size of a boat we're talking about? Is it?
So actually, I imagine there's like some amount of boat traffic through these like that's like this is like the places you point out are pretty like main, but they're also like kind of like just like on the roads, like you're kind of you kind of have to like watch out for their boats and like if you want to like take any kind of speed, and you actually
right. So that makes sense. As long as they like actually the sort of size of boat we're talking about would meander through these, there would actually be normal trade. I think that we can do that. We can say we're just going to go down this sort of main section from the docks and then up past Coleridge into Night Market, and we just have to be seen as legitimate or be seen as below notice, one or the other.
So which way are you going for? Are you gonna put like a name on your boat, or are you gonna like just be like below nose?
That's a good question, right? I mean, we're smugglers. We should probably actually have a sort of go-to plan. And I wonder if we sort of present as a legal business and like, oh yeah, this is just a shipment that we're bringing in.
Yeah.
Period. Right. This is what it is, as opposed to it being stuff. So I think yeah. Let's actually say something like that. I don't know technically what type of job it is, but I want to say something like, how much load is the crate?
I'll say it's one load.
It's one load?
Yeah.
Okay, so we can just straight up be like, this is undetectable. It's like in a false bottom that is perfectly undetectable. No one can ever find it. It's part of our smuggler's rig.
Yeah. I say
then
like actually,
we would have to have some fake thing that is the fake shipment.
Let's say it's like a 1 foot by 2 foot crate. If you wanna,
Totally. So.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to say we have like, I don't know if it's technically on anyone's sheet, but it's the kind of thing that I think makes sense, that we're going to bring like a crate that has like just something that's just like always in our, like we get on the boat with this crate, we go down to the docks, we pick up the other one, we then drive it back again, right? Like, this is the crate if anyone wants to look at her stuff, and it's full of like, something normal.
Yeah,
I don't know what normal
stuff
is.
It's like full of I don't know, eggs
eggs. Sounds terrible.
That's sorry. That's the first thing that came to mind. Yeah, it does sound terrible. Maybe I don't know. What's like
it's not your job to come up with it. It's like I'm thinking like they're like dumb antiques, right? It's like this is like some weird cursed artifact, and we have like a crate of like nice bowls.
Yeah.
Like this is some bowls from Aruvia. They have some very nice Aruvian decoration on them, or whatever. Like it's just it's
Marble
not.
busts or something like that.
Yeah. So I think that's a good plan. Is that our plan? We're gonna like go in. We're gonna make this sort of like take the thing out of the false bottom, make the swap, and then get on with it. I guess we probably need to find a spot to make the swap, or people are gonna literally see us put it in the false bottom. Let's make an engagement roll. Let's just do it. Let's jump to the thing. Is there anything else you need from us for this engagement roll?
No, I think that's
since
good.
We've been kind of vague about the actual. There's someone in my house.
Okay.
There's a whole thing about like choose the type of job and
yeah,
choose
so
the
it doesn't seem
detail
like you have
of
any
stuff.
major advantages, like or.
Oh yeah,
I guess,
we have to go
no, I think you do have a major advantage because you have like you don't have to like do this whole like this is like supposed to be like you're doing it's like looks like how it's supposed to look for like the most for like the actual acquiring of it. So I think you do have like a major advantage here. Okay. So you get one of these for sheer luck, and then I say you get +1 for a major advantage.
Okay, so I have a question about item loadouts. Do we need to?
Okay.
So item loadouts are part of the game where you choose like how much stuff you're bringing with you, and it changes the way you look to an outside world. If you have a heavy load, you look like a criminal. If you have a light load, you look like a civilian. But also it can affect some other things as well. What I'm wondering is, do we need to have the thing we're transporting be part of that load, or is that like the boat's load? I guess once we get off the boat, we'll have to be carrying it. But is the idea that?
Yeah, but I think like this wouldn't like look suspicious on its own. So I'll say it's not like part of your load.
Okay.
In this regard.
Cool. Should the decoy be part of the load?
Yeah, I would say yeah.
Okay, cool. That sounds great. So I want to double check how loadouts work so I don't accidentally take more stuff than I should. After the plan and detail are in place, players choose the character's load. This indicates how much stuff they're carrying. They don't have to select individual items yet, though. For more details, go to page 57. Page 57 says you have access to all the items in your sheet. Okay, here we go. This is what I want to know. 1 to 3 is a light load. You're faster and less conspicuous. You blend in with citizens. At 4 to 5, you'll look like a scoundrel ready for trouble. So we just don't want that. Okay, so take a 1 to 3 load. I'll take that. You can take whatever load you would like, Brant. And I need to see what sort of things I want to take with me. I don't need to commit to any of them yet, but I want to make sure that I actually can do 1 to 3. You there, Sam?
I think I could help out with that. I have among my equipment, I have fine cover identity, and also have documents, and I feel like that'd be quite helpful.
Mm-hmm. That sounds perfect for this.
Yeah. So yeah, that's like a thing of like.
The question you got to ask yourself right now is, am I going to want more than 3 load? And sometimes you can justify it, right? You can be like, oh, I'm at 5 load, and that's normal, and I have an identity that makes me look like a bodyguard, and I'm perfectly reputable, right? Yeah. Totally makes sense. I'm going to go for 3, I think, the light load, because I don't think I'm going to need too much.
Okay, yeah.
And I'm just perusing things to make sure there's nothing I'm going to be like, I really wish I had that. Yeah. Okay, I'm good.
And which one? Oh yeah. And which one? And do you think you'll be carrying the thing, or do you think the box and the decoy
box? I can carry it.
Okay, yeah.
Something worth pointing out. I don't know if you know this or not, Simon, but the anything in italics doesn't count. It's like free load. It's like 0 load.
Yeah, I was just like
bird.
That.
Yeah, like my trained hunting pet. My sparrow does not take a load. That's right.
Yeah.
Also like spirit bane.
Oh, that'd be weird if it wasn't valued, but it's still a load.
Yeah. It's emotional weight. I'm worried that they're gonna
get You're gonna carry that lead cow. Yeah.
The fine cover identity, is that in italics? I'm not quite sure.
I don't know. I'd have to look at your sheet.
Let me see. Where's find cover identity?
It's specific to the spider, right?
That gray box right by my background.
Yeah, that is italicized.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
All right.
So I just have documents. That's one.
Yeah. So again, you don't have to decide what they are yet. It's just knowing how much you're going to need is important because you can't go over that load later, right?
Yeah. So you're not actually picking out stuff right now. You're so actually, yeah, those boxes you don't have to like, click on. You can just like say I pull out whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The question is whether or not we can justify all the stuff we need. If we're carrying, a big package, we might have to take a normal load. It might not be possible to do it on light. It sort of depends. Okay. So I'm going to take 3. You can take whatever you'd like. Simon, the engagement roll. Once the players choose a plan, provides detail, the GM cuts to the action. Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. So,
I'm thinking of taking 3. And then it will bump up to 4 once whenever I pick up the crate.
Yeah. Or it's more like you have free. You have free, and then like so you're taking a light load, right? So that'll be including that crate.
Yes.
Yeah. So the crate we're transporting is not part of it, but the like decoy trait would be part of your load.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That makes sense to me. So if 3 works for you, great. If it does not work for you, all that really means is that if we have to like pick something up that puts you over, then you'd suddenly look normal instead of light. But you only have light number of uses of stuff you can make up that you have, right? Yeah. All right, let's do an engagement roll. Engagement roll is a fortune roll starting with 1d for sheer luck. 1 die. Modify the dice pool for any major advantages or disadvantages. So,
I would say since there wasn't like there's going to be a crime going on at the start, you'd have a major advantage here.
Well, let's read through the options, right? Is the operation particularly bold or daring? I don't think it is.
Nah.
Take +1 die if it is. Is the operation overly complex or contingent on many factors? No, I don't think so. Take -1d if it is. So currently we're still at 1. Does the plan's detail expose a vulnerability of the target or hit them where they're weakest? Kind of. We're taking advantage of like this opening. But I don't know. It depends on like if the canals are like going to be a bigger deal than we expect. Right? And that's a thing you get to know and don't even bother telling us. You can think about that.
Yeah.
Can any of your friends or contacts provide aid or insight in the operation? And I think we get that one, right? We get the +1d for that because we did do that. Are any enemies or rivals interfering with the operation? You can decide that, B. I don't expect so, though.
Yeah.
And then are there any other elements that you want to consider? Maybe a lower tier target will give you +1d. Maybe a higher tier target will give you -1d. Maybe the situation is in the district that makes the operation more or less tricky. So I don't know who the like target of the score actually would be. Like in a normal like you're thieves, I'm going to go on a heist. You know who the target is, right?
Yeah.
I guess we're technically stealing from the White Charter or the Charter House Museum or what? Where is it? Charter Hall Museum.
Yeah.
That it was going to go to, but you could also argue that it's whoever's like jurisdiction we're.
Yeah, I say like just, kind of like you're stealing. Yeah, let's say if we hear like this charter, it's like Whitford and Sons holding or whatever.
That makes sense. That makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Because the interesting thing is that we're smugglers, so people who were like the nose we're going under. It's not about the theft; it's about the smuggle, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know what tier they are, but they're probably higher tier than us because everyone is when you're tier 0.
Yeah.
So we can take -1 for that and be just 1 flat die, I think.
Yeah. One die for sure. Like
you sounded like you had some reason why you were thinking that we had an advantage. Did we cover that already, or is that?
Yeah, we covered that. Yeah. So
okay. So I can roll a fortune. Let me just find the sheet. Where is that? It's like its own section, right? Fortune roll is somewhere.
Well, engagement roll is its own section, so it's like
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or in the book, I mean, I don't know if it's a different section of roll 20.
Yeah, I just know there's like a fortune roll button somewhere. I don't know where it is though. Planning and load. I'm just gonna click on this. Oh, it just makes it drop down. Okay. I don't know where the button for that is. It doesn't matter. I can roll anything I want, but I don't know where it is. So I'm just gonna roll my survey because it is 1 die.
Okay.
And I'm gonna change it to a fortune roll and submit. And there's no effect here. It's irrelevant, so that's standard. Bonus dice is 0. And that is a 2.
Oof.
Right.
No. Okay, what happens?
All right.
So
engagement roll. Engagement roll assumes that the PCs are approaching the target as intelligently as they can, given the plan and detail they provided. So we don't need to play out tentative probing maneuvers, special precautions, or other ponderous non-action. The engagement roll covers all of that. Pieces are already in action, facing the first obstacle, up on the rooftop, picking the lock, kicking down the door, maneuvering to speak with Lord Strangford at the masquerade party.
Yeah, I don't think, since you rolled well on that, I'm not gonna have it go wrong at the.
I did roll terrible. What are you talking about? Oh, you mean that part? Yeah.
That part goes fine.
A quality, theoretically, I probably could have asked for an extra die because we had a superb quality person, but I think that's fine just doing it this way. We get past that, we get the thing onto the docks, onto the boat.
So
we
here,
start moving off and something happens.
So basically, so the issue is so you go to any point in time and you go to the point at the point in time, which is let's say 5 o'clock, 5 o'clock at night.
Sure.
You you see the guys there, and they'll be and you see Brant actually sees because kind of don't worry, it'll be here. It's just wait, it'll be here soon, and then you wait, and then you wait, and it's been half an hour. You ask what's up, and he goes back to check. He comes back, says, apparently the ship's not in quite yet. We might have to take some time, and by the time, and he waits, and finally when it's 7 o'clock, if that's finally when they bring it in, and you bring it onto the boat, and that's fine.
Can I ask you a question? Can I cut you off?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
So there is someone else who was supposed to get this package instead of us.
Yeah.
Were we arranging to pick it up at a different time than them, or are they also waiting somewhere?
On us, that was arranged. So you, I guess the way I kind of picture it, which I probably should have said, is that they're not a factor. They said, oh, we'll bring it. You'll get when you get. We'll have our own guys delivered for you, and
right. Okay.
Yeah. And yeah, so I'll like kind of see that as a factor.
Okay. So we're like in this boat and going like, okay, we're running out of time. We're gonna have to book it once we get this package.
Yeah, and like it's like kind of a thing like they like 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 kind of he has like kind of two guys kind of with the thing like puts it on, and it's like, and it's actually weird. Like you hear like it's like a wooden crate, and you hear like kind of sloshing inside as you put it onto the boat. But yeah, and then like they kind of leave you to it. And now it's like the whole process. It's not like 7:15 roundabouts, but you can tell by I don't know if you have like a watch, but you can tell like by how the sun is, and like it's like you'll did back done. But yeah, and or not the sun, the moon actually. But yeah, you're gonna have to book it if you want to get it there on time.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Let's get going.
All right.
So we how do you want to do this? I figure like I'm at like where we would be. Like I am in position to drive if we kick onto the motor.
Yeah.
Do you think I'm also like gondoliering and I'm just ready to swap positions, or do you like think you're like I'm picturing you as stronger than me? Not that it takes a ton of strength, but I'm picturing like we kick off of we push off the dock. You're like, pushing us down the canal with the gondolier, and like we like brake line of sight, and then just like kick into the motor, or something like that. Like once we're sort of like a reasonable distance from the docks themselves. What is the like traffic like? I guess in the canal.
Yeah. So it is. Actually, so that's my feeling. Like, I wonder if the rules should like decide this as well. Like,
Sure. I mean, the rules say we start in a desperate position.
Yeah.
That's what it says, right? So like whatever we want to do is going to be desperate.
Yeah. Okay. So actually, so that way you're going. It is. There's been an accident. It's like some dumbass like tried to like take a big thing under a bridge, and it spilled out, and there's just like crates everywhere. The glucose have like kind of closed off for like boat traffic as people are like kind of fishing stuff out of the water. You're gonna have to take another route. This is like on from this bridge over here, if you want reference.
Are we gonna have to like go through the actual channel in our little dinky boat?
Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Like Norfolk Channel, you mean?
Yeah, like we have to go up and then across the that top section.
Yeah, or I guess you could. Yeah, yeah, or you could. Yeah,
I mean, it's got to be relatively safe within the Norfolk Channel. It's not like it's actually the ocean pouring in. We've got this white crown protecting it, but it's going to be not as
well. I think the thing you might have to worry about is like big boats that like don't like know that you're there.
All right, cool. So
unless you want to take a different way.
I mean, if you said we're getting cut off at that first bridge, then there's nowhere else to go yet, unless we want to get on to like a carriage. Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Whichever way you think is best.
Yeah, I think that I would propose like, all right, gonna have to go around. It's gonna be slower, but that's what the engine's for, right? Sorry, go ahead, Simon. You've been trying to say something for a while.
No, I'm just agreed.
Okay.
Hey, so Simon's driving, right?
I think Simon has like the gondolier stick, which I'm sure has a name, but I don't know what it is. And I'm picturing it like an outboard motor because that's the kind of boat I actually know in real life. I don't know how that's actually reasonable here, but yeah, it's like some sort of like tarp over top of this motor, so it's inconspicuous, and like pull that off and insert some like electroplasmic battery and just rev it. And we're gonna try and not be super subtle, but go up around.
Yeah,
I think I'm driving because I know how to drive a boat better, just statistically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a finesse. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I would say.
But this is not as like methodical as I would like. This is like gunning it.
So yeah, you want. So that's the thing. You want to go fast, and actually, there actually is today like a good amount of boat traffic.
Totally.
Here, and these are like big boats that like don't know where you like they can see you. Captains probably wouldn't care if they did, but they don't. So yeah, so I'm gonna say like make like a general finesse roll, not to like get like in the way of like anyone that's like moving through this channel.
Cool. This is desperate then, right? Because we start in a desperate position.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Okay. So I had a thought about I'm like rev the motor, start going, and this is like sort of at the same time as we're like making the swap of the decoy and the false bottom and the actual real package, the swapping positions.
Yeah.
That does that go up like fine? Does that like happen, or is there like a thing where I rev it and Brand like falls down while trying to
I think you're fine.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I wait for that to happen. I'm like, all right, it's in.
Yeah, it's just like there's like a whole bunch of big boats going through here. Like
cool.
It's kind of a thing of like, and at the speed you're going, like they're not like physically close to each other or anything like that, but at the speed you're going, you're gonna have to like do some finessing in order to like not get caught up and like not like dash your boat against the rocks or anything like that.
Cool. So
not against rocks, against.
Am I just like standard effect to start?
What do you say?
Am I just standard effect to start?
Yeah, standard effect. Yeah.
Okay. I would love to have a devil's bargain if anyone has one for me. And this is I mentioned it previously, but I haven't really gotten into the details of what it actually is in the cadence of the game. Not cadence, parlance of the game.
Parlance, yeah, that's the word.
Blades in Dark has a system called Devil's Bargains, where why is it not registering that I'm talking right now? It has a system called Devil's Bargains, which let me say I want one extra die or better effect, but I'm almost always going to take the die because it's more important to me. Something goes wrong, period, whether or not I succeed or lose. Something will go wrong, right?
Yeah.
I'm accepting this Devil's Bargain into my life, and I think I technically can suggest them, but it's encouraged that you two, not even just B, suggest the.
Yeah, I have an idea bargains. Actually.
Oh, okay, great. I'd love to hear your idea.
Yeah. So I would say this is like a bad thing that's going to happen. That we'll give you an extra die, but like also it's going to be. So I'm going to say at the speed at which you want to move in order to get through this, you will run out of fuel by the time you get about here. Let's say.
Oh, that's awesome.
I can't take that. That's like what are we gonna do? I guess the question becomes like.
Well, you might have to. Well, you might have to row, or you might have to like.
Yeah, well, we gotta book it. So.
Or I don't know. There might be like a clever.
I might be able to like tinker with it or something.
Yeah, you might have to like tinker with it. You might have to like. Well, this is like fuel that everything runs on. So if you get like some fuel from like somewhere else quickly, you might be able to do it. Yeah.
Okay. Can I like have an extra electroplasm battery as like a load?
Yeah, totally.
Okay,
yeah.
I'm not going to lock in that load yet, but because I can do that, I'll accept the bargain.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. I will take an extra die.
Exciting.
And I'm ducking and weaving. Ooh, crap.
Oh Lord. Ooh. Okay. So from a desperate position. So
I'm going to mark experience. Thank you very much.
Oh yeah, well you mark experience anyway, but yeah, sorry, we're used to playing Dungeon World where like mark experience on failed rules, but this is like you.
Finesse is prowess. I'll take 1 prowess point. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay. So let me go to the anatomy of roll to like look at what a desperate roll is.
It's bad. I like crash into a ship or something.
Yeah, this is like I kind of
like so. Like let's narrate the scene a bit, right? Like I'm like okay, we're ready to go. I got it. We start to have to like, we see that we can't go the one direction. We turn the boat around, start heading out.
So you turn the boat, and actually behind the boat, you turn around.
I mean, it's the Indiana Jones scene of like going between two boats.
Yeah. It's like a thing of like you go between like the.
It's like two like liners coming in, and it's like, what? Go between them? Yeah, it's that scene.
Yeah,
we know that scene, right?
Yeah, I know that scene. Yeah, or I think it's like a thing of like,
go between them. Are you crazy?
You maneuver this boat around this other boat. And you try to like catch up to the like you end up like having to be like, okay, we're gonna have to double back and like go in front of this boat very quickly because this boat's way too long.
Totally.
And you go like in front of the boat in front of the boat, and as you turn the corner, there's invisible to you because you couldn't see across behind the boat, but there's another boat there.
Yeah, it's in my blind sight.
Yeah, in your blind sight, yeah. and actually like smashes and like it smashes the back of it smashes straight through like the back of your boat where the motor is, and the and the false bottom is like open to like the sea and like the crate and like your crate's like the target crate like is floating in the water right now. As,
dang. Like, okay, so the question is, how much of this am I allowed to resist?
Right?
Because like I failed. At some point, this is a failure. It's not a success.
Yeah.
Is it I feel like there's like two failures there. One is like I got smashed, and that's bad, and it's like damage to the boat that's gonna have to get repaired. And then the other one is that the box is like gone.
How about you can like resist like grabbing the thing before it floats away. Let's say like
you can. I mean, was that on the table that it was gonna float away before an action roll could be made?
I mean, like you like grab it just in time, so it's like it's on the, so it's not in the water anymore. You have to like grab it. It's like on the, you can like grab it just in time. Say like
yeah, I'd like to like maneuver in such a way that like trying to mitigate the damage, the boat shifts so that it can't slip out. It's like slips back in sort of effectively, or can I like mitigate the harm so that it doesn't fall out in the first place or something? It's still like the boat is damaged and we're gonna have to fix it in some way, but
the boat's damaged. The motor is gone. You can like so like that's like the problem. Like you can move it, but it's like you're kind of like taking in water now.
It's okay, cool. Well, I will roll to resist. I guess here's the question: if I don't resist, what happens? Do we just lose the package? Like that doesn't seem.
No. You don't lose the package.
It's just that we'd have to make an action roll.
You might have to like swim out and grab it as like kind of thing.
Right. Yeah. So it's better to probably keep it in the boat than have to make another action roll to swim after it.
Yeah. I think. Yeah.
So I would think that this is either like just being fast enough and grabbing it and keeping it in. But that's something like kind of anyone could do. Like Brant could do that while not being the one at the helm. So as the person at the helm, I'm thinking it's more about like properly analyzing the situation and like trying to maneuver in a way that it doesn't get hurt.
Wait, so like it's like it doesn't dip too far into the water and like.
Can we review what the different resist categories are? Because I don't know. I feel like they have a pretty.
No,
oh, here it is. Yeah. It's in the World 20 sheet. Resist consequences of deception. Resist consequences from physical strain, and resist consequences from mental strain. I think that's too small of a description. I think there's a longer thing because like I would like to use like insight to be like I am properly like paying attention to what's going on and like accommodating for the bad things as opposed to being faster. Which would be more of a prowess thing. But I don't know if that's actually appropriate to insight. I'd have to double check if I could find those rules, which I'm sure are in here somewhere. Engagement rule, outcomes. Resistance. Crew, how to play. Where are the resistances?
Here, I can.
Now I'm going to roll stress and clock, stress and trauma, core of the system.
Stress, trauma,
Resistance and armor. Here we are. So when a PC suffers a consequence that you don't like, you can choose to resist it. Just tell the GM, no, I don't think so. I'm resisting that. Yeah. Also, if I remember correctly, you can resist 4 other people. So theoretically, there could be a scene where like Brance decides to like grab the thing. Resistance is always automatically effective. The GM will tell you if the consequence is reduced or if you avoid it entirely. Then you make a resistance roll and see how much stress the character suffers as a result of resistance.
Yeah.
You make a roll using one of your character's attributes. The GM chooses the attribute based on the nature of the consequence. Insight is consequences from deception or understanding. Prowess is consequences from physical strain or injury. Resolve is consequences from mental strain or willpower.
Yeah.
I don't think it's any of those.
Would it be possible?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not entirely sure how these rolls work, but I do have just looking for the appropriate thing. That would it be possible to use use the command to help mitigate the collision? Like it's like a last minute like lookout kind of thing.
No, you can like help me with stuff, but you can't. Okay. Or you could resist the harm for me, but you can't. I mean, you could use that as like a setup action in the future.
Yeah, I think.
I would say like consequences.
Okay. I'd like to.
Yeah, I say like
I'd like to resist for Ramira.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'd say like what you do to resist, I guess, is like.
Yeah, I think the way this is worded is on the like consequences from, because I think it's like how you do it, and that's the way I've always interpreted resistance.
Yeah, which I think it's like I guess for now, like I can interpret it that way. I say like if you want to like grab the thing before it like floats away, that might be like a prowess or no actually I think it's like resolve. Okay. You have to like have the wherewithal to like not panic in that situation and like grab it. I think that's more like what's going on.
Okay.
Yeah, so you might roll like your resolve.
Okay, I'm not entirely sure how to do that.
So on your sheet, you can click on the word Insight, Prowess, or Resolve, and it will roll dice based on how many different skills you have points in that section.
Okay. Then bonus dice, that would be what?
0.
A 0, yeah.
0. And then just click submit?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's see what we got. It did not go through?
I'm not seeing it yet.
Yeah. I don't think so. I'll try that again.
Sure. Yeah, you might end up rolling twice, but that's fine. We can pick the first one. If that happens.
Maybe it's like
I'm not sure what I'm doing.
Oh, there it goes.
I did it, but yeah. We'll take Simon. This is also really critical. So you clear stress actually, which which doesn't actually.
Well, so you have 3.
Yeah, sorry about that.
You have 3 dice. Is that right?
Yeah.
Because that's the thing you're best at. So if you had previously suffered stress, you actually would have removed 1. Because you got a critical.
Yeah.
So 2 6s on 3 dice is a critical success. You would have removed distress had you had 1. So yeah, you just do it. You're just like, all right, this is no problem for me. I see what's going on. I react before anything bad actually happens. You resist the consequence. Now, can I like separately resist like damage to the boat? Can I be like, okay, I'm focusing on trying to make sure that there's like scrapes and it's only superficial, and that's why I can't actually focus on getting the case?
I say so. Yeah, let's see. So, what I guess what's that resisting? I guess that's also the same kind of deal. It's like kind of not panicking in the situation, and like or I don't know, it's like no, it's like maybe it's like we determined like physical harm, not necessarily to you, but to the boat. You're kind of resisting that, so maybe it's like this is probably prowess.
Okay, I'll take prowess. I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
All right. So I have no bonus dice. Submit. I get a 6.
Oh, nice. Okay. Hey, yeah. So you suffer no stress from this.
Nice. We like, you know what? That didn't go well, but like we're fine. We mitigated the damages.
Yeah, you managed to like stop just in time and turn around so that you go right between the two boats.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, totally.
And it's like you're kind of stuck there for a bit, but like you get scraped up, but you still got your boat. You still are out of power, so you might need to like take a load to like
Yeah, so we like sort of get through this section, and the engine starts to like gutter, and I sort of pull open. Do you want to do something, Simon? Go ahead.
No, just agree again.
Okay. So I am going to like pull open. There's like I mean, ostensibly it should be on me because that's like the point of the game, but I'm gonna say it's like some small box that's like some like compartment I can open in the in the boat, and I'm gonna mark off this on my load. I'm gonna mark off arcane implements, which includes like extra vials of electroplasm and stuff.
Yeah.
And as well as some other things, but that's like the one that I'm pulling out. And I pull this like backup battery and like insert it in. I'll make a tinker roll though if I need to like do it properly on the fly. Pardon?
I'm picturing like it's like a glass tube that has like blue stuff in it.
That's very much what I picture. Yeah. So
it has like metal bits on the ends. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's sort of like we're like in a drift, and I'm like, I basically had to like orient ourselves so that we drift long enough that I can get this in, and I would happily either make like Tinker or Finesse to like do it fast enough.
I think battery. I think that's
we can also just do it. I don't know. Yeah, it's whatever you want. Okay, cool. Yeah. So I've marked off that. That's one of my 3 load. And so we have this thing where it's like it's guttering. We're starting to slow down, and it's like, all right, we got to make the swap here. Click. And it then revs back up again, and we start to go. And I was like, okay, let's stay out of the channel. Those boats are too big for me.
Yeah. Okay, so now it's like I'd say like if they did the whole thing to like 15 minutes.
Okay.
So like you're like at like 7:30.
Cool.
Yeah. Okay. So.
I would like to say, Simon, that like spiders are super built for like setting up weird things in advance that you can't really even necessarily even like justify why you had this plan, but you did. Like you like planned for this contingency. You like for some reason thought, if we happen to go up the east side, you have like someone there to help us already planned, or like something like that. I'm not gonna tell you like what to decide, but like if you're sitting here on the boat going like, what do I do? You can like pull strings from a distance that can like set things up. If that's something you're interested in doing.
Okay.
Yeah. I think for the time being, we're just like puttering down, trying to keep our speed up, but also not like burn the battery out. And you can let us know if something happens.
So let's see. I know in the world like there's, so kind of how like can I say like a bad thing happens to you at this point, or like
you can say like there's an obstacle we have to deal with.
Yeah, totally. So
generally, the point of an action is you make an action to overcome an obstacle, right? That's generally the point. And if there's no obstacle, we do it, right? So totally throw an obstacle at us.
Obstacle here. So like So okay, so Ramira, as you're driving this boat, you feel like a strong urge, like you want to go back, and like not, and this doesn't mean like that, and it's just like the phrase just like kind of like it's like repeating in your head that you want to go back, and it's not, but it's like it's not back to like it's not like back to like
No.
where you just worry. No,
I get it. I get it.
Back to
this is something I'm super used to. Like I get it, right? Or at least I think I do, right? And like you don't have to tell me if my assumption as a player is right.
Yeah.
But Ramirez like, okay, this is some like weird mystic whatever we're towing is like getting in our head. Which luckily we're like immune to possession, but that doesn't mean we're not immune to like ghosts affecting our mind some other way. So I'm just like I'm focusing on this driving bit, and I'm like, all right, Brace, something going on in that crate. I have to figure out what that is and keep it out of my head till we get there. And I just like let you know that I think something's up with it, and you can deal with that because I can't split my focus right now.
Yeah,
I guess I try and like also like mentally shield my mind, whatever that would look like in the real world if that was a thing.
Try to like wince and actually, as you turn to Brad, so you probably didn't notice because like there's no like reason you would, but like Ramirez like kind of crying like black blood as like she's asking you this.
I just look up and I'm like, Brad, something seems to be wrong. What are you looking at?
Okay.
That's funny.
I feel like that'd be some sort of insight thing to look into. I'm not quite sure the delineation between study and survey.
It is difficult. Study tends to be like parsing information and figuring out what it is, and surveying is more like studying is spouting lore, and surveying is is discerning realities.
Yeah, kind of.
It's not even necessarily true. Like they both can do both. Is the weird part, but yeah.
It's like kind of thing like it's like kind of like you're going on past information versus like.
Yeah, I feel like study's a lot more specific. Like if you were like, I want to study their face for what's going on, then you're studying, right? And if you're like, I want to study in the library, that's also studying, right? So it's sort of think about which one is actually a better verb for what you want to do, and that's probably the answer. The game is intentionally designed that way, where you can just be like,
I kind of had the same dots into them, but I feel like I'm not quite sure which one would be the more appropriate one for this thing.
Sure. We'll say which one would be first. Yeah.
Like my initial gut reaction would be study, just to kind of try to figure out what kind of.
What are you like physically doing, right? Like, do you like get down and look in my eyes and try and figure that, or are you like looking at the crate, or like, what's going on? What is your intent?
My intent is looking at the crate.
Okay, yeah. So, okay. So you're gonna open the crates.
Yes. Opening it.
Yes.
Okay, I mean, I think I see you doing that, unless it's like hard for me to like see. You didn't tell me it was, but then you told me I was crying blood, so I don't know. And if I see you do that, I'm like, you can't tamper with clients. Whatever you want to do,
right?
Whatever you think's right.
Case, so
I'm like, I'm going to say something, and then I stop myself because I'm like, I'm not going to tell you to do your job.
Yeah. Okay. So you open.
Go ahead, Simon.
Oh yeah.
I hear that. I'm gonna change your action and try feel whatever it is Ramiro feeling.
Oh.
And I feel like with that I'd be able to figure out something.
Is this like an attune?
Attune? Yeah, that sounds right.
Do you have any points in attune?
I don't.
Can I set up? Can I like try and like open my mind so that it's like more easy for him to like track that connection?
We know how to do that?
Well, I'm wondering if I can like instead of me doing it, me attuning and figuring it out because I'm trying to pilot the boat, can I sort of do this half thing to like just assist without I guess it's not a setup action. It would be an assist. It would just be me spending stress to make it easier for him.
Yeah,
that's what it would be. Yeah, that's what it would be.
Yeah. I picture it more like use like saying just like kind of quiet the voice because like I feel like unless you like want to have that conversation, like because yeah, that's my thought at least.
Yeah, I'm like trying to keep this whatever it is out of my head as best I can.
Yeah, like kind of tell it no or like yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm blocking it out and focusing on my job.
Yeah,
but depending on how you're trying to figure out what's going on, because it might be like a study or something. If there's something that you can study, if there's not something you can study, then you have to attune to then be able to, right? But I don't know. If it was getting in your head, you could probably consort directly with it or something, but it's not in your head. Attune makes sense to me. It just seems like it's a risky thing, and it might not be something you know how to do. You might instead just kind of start talking and see what happens. You don't know there's a voice in my head, really. I just said there's a thing trying to get in my brain. Not in so many words, though. Yeah, I don't know. It depends what you're trying to do.
Yeah, I'd like to try to.
Try to what?
To attune to whatever it is.
Okay. So I will spend stress to give you an extra die.
Yeah.
I believe that it's one stress to help, but two stress to help yourself. Is that correct?
Yeah. So yeah, I guess like this is like a setup.
No, this is just the help action. This is just helping. It's not an action. It's just a thing I can do.
Sorry, yeah. Take one stress to give them d6. You may also suffer you might also suffer any consequences that occur because of the roll, depending on circumstances. Only one character may assist a given roll. Okay, so
that makes sense. Can you both assist and push yourself?
Can
you be assisted and push yourself? Is what I meant to say. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't see why not.
I think so. Yeah. And can you push yourself and accept a devil's bargain? So I think the answer is no to that one. I don't remember.
I don't see anything in the assist roll that says that.
Okay, cool. I mean, it wouldn't be assist, but anyway.
So I don't really have a devil's bargain for you.
I mean, I don't even know if Simon wants a devil's bargain. I haven't asked that yet. It was just something I remember there was being some weird rule about that, so I was asking. Devil's bargain. PCs and players can go reckless. To reflect this, GM this. Off your bonus die. Devil's bargain occurs regardless. Some players like to get fancy. Don't push these bargains too hard. Always a free choice. If you don't like it, you can reject it. That might be an old rule they took out. Yep.
All right, yeah.
Oh, here's what it is. There's a line that says, for another bonus die, you can either push yourself or you can accept the devil's bargain. You can't get dice for both. It's one or the other. There it is. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So effectively, you can take a devil's bargain, and the devil's bargain of it takes two stress is always on the table. Like, that's basically what it is.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Which is pushing yourself. All right, cool. So I will do that. Like, you're trying to attune to this thing, and I'm trying to, like, basically hold it out of my mind, and then you can interact with it or whatever, right? Yeah, I'm like counter attuning, but not as an action, as a assistance for you.
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
Okay.
So you kind of.
So I click attune, and then
you can take one bonus die when it asks you, but first you'll be given a position. Is this? Are we still in a desperate situation, or do we get through that and we're now in risky?
I think. Well, I think you're through like the desperate situation, but I also feel like this is like
it's still super desperate. It's just desperate for a different reason.
Just for like the reason of like this is like a thing you don't quite understand, and also it's like this is not like anyone can do this. Like you're not like Whisper. This isn't really your training,
right?
Like yeah.
I mean, he's also not weird, right? Like
he's not weird, but it's like he's kind of, or I don't know. Yeah, I guess like it's like kind of thing of like you've like messed with like, but you don't strike me as like the kind of person who has like control over it. It's just like a thing that's like part of you. That's my feeling. I don't know if you want to like say something about your character now, then that's also like yeah. that's also on the table.
Yeah, I feel like it's just kind of like a part of me. It's not something that I necessarily know a lot about.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Okay, so desperate.
I think Desperate's great. I mean, I'll always take Desperate rolls. Give me that experience.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Don't forget to mark experience for this. Yeah.
And the way you do that is you mark it in the attribute of the action you're taking when you make a Desperate roll. Whereas normally you sort of can expend it however you want, but this is always in the whatever it is.
And then what's the effect? It would be standard?
Would be standard. Yeah, I say standard, yeah. This isn't like a...
Alright. Input value, standard, submit. 1 bonus die?
1 bonus die.
Yeah, okay, let's go.
And I'm only doing it the once this time.
All right.
All right, let's go.
Let's see. So if I go to, what was I wanting to look at? Smugglers. Ghost passage. From harsh experience or occult ritual, all crew members become immune to possession by spirits, but may choose to carry a second.
Yeah, if you like.
Ghost as a passenger. That's not weird.
Ooh, hey, nice.
Oh, hey.
That's a 5. That's a good enough, but on desperate, still pretty bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. So you definitely managed to. Okay, so let's say sorry, I'm just trying to find the. Yeah, which is. Oh, shoot! I saw there was a cheat sheet. I should have brought that up when I was.
The effects of all the consequences of all the.
Yeah, it just feels like this is kind of not greatly laid out for such. Okay, so desperate, you do it, but there's a consequence. You suffer severe harm, a serious complication occurs, or you have reduced effect. So you you do manage to kind of. Okay, so what happens is you reach out into the ghost field, which you have kind of interacted with before to a limited degree, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say you managed to kind of and okay, so what you're trying to do is trying to get stop from getting into her head. I would say it's kind of you kind of pull on this strand. You try to sense something going on the strands of the ghost field, and there is something. And you manage to kind of tug at it with your mind, so to speak. And as you tug it, it kind of
What's happening to me during this?
Yeah. Okay. So I'd say your tears kind of dry up, so to speak.
Oh, cool. That's
nice. And you still hear it, but it's faintly. But now whatever's in the artifact has his attention on Bramps now. I was say because so it's now it's kind of you just kind of had this motivation. You just want to take the artifact out out of the crate and just go swim with it all the way back to Tykeros. I don't know.
Back to Tykeros. That's the only place I haven't been.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. So I think it's kind of thing of okay. So it's not that bad. You did succeed, so it's not that bad. For you, it's just now. I feel kind of take. Can I? Yeah, I can have you just take stress, right? Or just be a harm, because I feel
it would be harm. Yeah.
Yeah, I say harm, distracted.
Yeah, it's weird how stress and mental harm are different things. Totally.
Yeah, I say yeah, it's like you both like take like a level 1 harm of like distracted. It's like constantly like in your head as you are doing stuff.
Cool. I'll resist that. That's a thing I
Yeah.
can do.
Okay, yeah.
So I guess the funny thing is, this is probably like, despite how by my background I should be like really good at this, I think it's my worst resistance, unless I can argue that it's insight, but it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be insight.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, this is resolve. This is keeping a thing out of your brain.
Yeah.
I can't be like, I understand. I'm going to rationalize with this, and
yeah, this is just because
right.
it's not hanging you on the rational part.
Yeah.
It's not like
so I
making
can
an argument for you or something like
I
that.
can reduce this harm to 0 by resolving.
Yeah. I say reduce this harm to 0.
Okay, I'm going to do that. I don't know if you want to or not, Simon, but I will. I will take no bonus dice. And I roll 4, so I take 2 stress.
I'll try that.
You take 2 stress. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And that's resolve.
Same deal for you.
Yeah.
And no bonus dice.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything. You don't usually get bonus dice for resistance.
Just wait.
Oof, that's harsh.
Oops.
Oh,
Oops.
4 stress.
4 stress. Yeah, that's rough.
So what was the success part, right? Like, it was just like actually got it to be quiet, but it's like
in
the back of our heads now.
Quiet. Like you don't like feel the urge. It's just like kind of a constant like thing in your head, kind of thing.
Okay, cool.
But you got under control, I'd say.
All right.
Yeah.
So voice goes away.
And how much
continue pushing on?
Stress do I take?
You take 4. You take 6 minus the number you rolled, and you rolled a 2.
Yeah. I forget how much stress can you take. You can
take 6. Well, you can take 5 technically. You can't roll lower than a 1. Oh, that's what you mean. You mean how much stress before you stress out?
Yeah.
I think it's like 9. I'd have to check.
Yeah, it's 9. Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, you can take 8. The 9th is stressing out, I think.
Okay.
I have to double check, because some systems are like once it's full, and other times are when you would go further. So
yeah.
But I think it's one of those like when it's full.
But yeah, we should also see some appropriate. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. So.
And mark down the distracted as under the harm 1.
No. Oh no. This is no. You resisted that. This is you resisting that to not be distracted.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah. Okay, so you managed to get to. Let's say so. You managed to like get to like kind of closest spots to, to where you're supposed to drop it off.
What is this like channel like? Is it like?
I'd say this is not like this is not like a big shipping lane. There's no docks like down here.
Yeah, is it like weird and creepy over here because we like see into the Deathlands and stuff?
Oh yeah, well I think like it's kind of like a valley, so it's like you kind of don't.
Okay.
You see like the shore, so you don't really see like the Deathlands, but it is like kind of outside. Like the weather is just like wild and crazy, and like there's like thunderstorms everywhere.
Nice, and we're like looking through the like lightning barrier.
It's like weird. It's like thunderstorms, and, like hurricanes, and like multiple hurricanes out there. Like it's bad.
That seems real bad.
You don't want to go there. Also, there's like a miasma. You can see.
You see that? That's a ghost hurricane. It's a hurricane made of ghosts.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah, you want
awesome.
Yeah, it's like all the ghosts like in a circle and like
Anyway. Cool. Yeah, so we're making our way down. If we feel like we're running out of time, I'm gonna gun it again, but like I'm trying to keep speed without burning it, because I feel like that's what happened. I was like, I gunned it and I burnt out the battery. It's not that the battery ran out of juice.
I was just that's whole parody of like making your way downtown. Goes past.
I think about that song way too often. Whenever I ever either say or hear, making my way down anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah. So okay. So yeah. So I would say you may. So like kind of you manage to push your doll down. Like take it out of thing. Like there's no one, and like there's no, as far as like anyone's concerned, no crime has been committed here. So like you kind of don't have
We
to
like
like
make
worry
it to
about.
some sort of wharf that we can get out on.
Yeah, yeah. I say like there's like like there's like public wharfs you can like get out on like
Yeah, I know that there's like some, at least on the map. I don't know if it's like, whatever. If there's more than what's on the map. The only ones actually like near are either past or they're in Six Towers, right? They're on the Six Towers side of the canal.
uh
There's probably lots of like little spots
yeah,
though,
yeah.
like
I think there's like lots of little
in like
spots like
canals and stuff. Yeah.
yeah, like and I think like also like a thing like maybe you could just like find a thing to tie it to even like if you really needed to like
Yeah. Or we could actually go back to like literally our boathouse, but that's out of the way. We'd rather not do that.
yeah.
We want to be sort of more on the
Yeah, but I like to think like you find like a spot that you can yeah like there like find like a thing tied onto and then you just like take out the thing still like kind of sloshing inside and bring it and so and you manage to get safely to like the manor house.
Yeah, I'm probably saying
but
something like we're getting out of the boat, and it's like, Brent, you all right to carry this?
Yes, I
Right,
I'll
thanks.
pick it up.
Appreciate it.
and like and like the lights on and yeah the lights you notice like the lights on in like the window where uh uh where you saw Philip last time.
Mm-hmm.
But like it's pretty late right now. Like the house is like mostly dark.
Do we get here in time?
Yeah. I think you get to in time. Like
Nice. Okay.
it's you got like 10 minutes.
So you've skipped past this. So the answer, the information in my brain is I should just let it slide. But I was wondering if I could like chart a path through like side alleys and stuff to be as like draw as
Yeah,
little
I think
attention as
roll.
possible,
Yeah,
like just to like keep
I
the
th-
heat as low as possible when the job ends, right?
yeah,
Um,
totally. Yeah,
can I make
like
something for that?
yeah, totally. I'd say that's a prowl. Like, is that would that be? Yeah, that's kind of like a group action, right? Because you're doing
Yeah,
it
I
with
was hoping to like hunt because it's less about being sneaky and more about like charting a path that will be safe. If that makes sense.
Mm, yeah, okay, yeah,
But you make a good point. It might be a group action, whether or not it's me hunting and therefore like yeah, because it might just be like I do the action and everyone's encompassed by it because I'm charting the path more so than the actual like sneaking. Because
yeah.
I don't think this is like sneaking
No,
along. This is
I
like
feel like
being
yeah,
conspicuous.
finding the path is different because you're
Yeah.
not like
Okay.
again, you're not like sneaking because you're not like being in plain sight. You're not like going on rooftops or anything
Okay.
like that.
Cool.
So say like yeah, if you're finding a path and you just follow the path,
Okay.
that's like not part of it. But you have to roll to find the path.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. I think I'll just roll that flat because that's what I'm best at. So hopefully
Yeah, 2 dice. That's pretty good.
What is the position here, though?
I think.
My guess would be risky.
Yeah, risky because it's like a time thing and like yeah.
I'll just take standard.
Standard, yeah.
Okay, and no bonus dice. Ooh! Wow!
Ooh, wow.
Okay, so I think what happens is like you
okay.
okay, so I think the ghost came up with a new plan, or not the ghost. The actually, yeah, it's probably not a ghost in there. It's like whatever supernatural effect is in that thing has a new plan now. So like, as you pause to like find
Spooky.
Yeah.
As you yeah the spooky yeah. So as you pause to find what route you're taking, you kind of like take out a map and like, okay, let's just check this out here.
Mhm.
Someone you see someone behind you, like kind of go. I guess like the character kind of sees them, like kind of their eyes glaze over and they kind of stop moving where they're gonna go. It's like it's like this is like a kind of a refined gentleman person with like a big beard and like a top hat. He kind of like stops where he's going, and so his eyes kind of glaze over, and he starts like rushing at you, trying to grab the thing. You hear like footsteps behind you, so you manage to turn around in time. But Branch is carrying it, right?
Yeah, Branch is carrying.
It's like Branch. What do you do? He
I see that. I'll put the box on the ground, and I put myself in front of it. Just kind of arms and body at the ready in case like anything unexpected happens. And no, this is a dungeon world. I would like to try subdue the person.
Okay, yeah.
Nice. You can like tackle him.
Yeah. Do you drop the thing while you do it, or like?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Not drop, but put down.
Put down, yeah. Okay, good call. Yeah. So you put it down, and you just like kind of try and grab him, and like.
So can I just ask? The resolution of my action was basically I just took too long. Is that the idea?
Yeah, I'd say yeah. Like
okay.
You took too long, and yeah,
Okay,
and like
cool.
it caused like.
Yeah. There was long enough pause that it was able to sort of reach out to somebody nearby and get in their brain.
Yeah, do a thing.
Okay, great. Yeah. So
yeah.
I don't think there's actually any sort of resistance there. I think that's fine to just let this ride. Cool.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right. Yeah. So.
Then.
So if you kind of tackle him, that's like.
That'd be skirmish?
Yeah, skirmish, yeah.
That sounds very skirmish, unless you want to, like, wreck this guy, which I don't think you do.
Yeah.
No.
Actually, yeah, so just like...
This Can it be risky?
Actually, I say this is like kind of controlled, because like this is not like a fighter person. This is like, he's just like kind of possessed by a thing.
Yeah, well, that can give you supernatural strength when you're possessed.
Yeah.
At standard effect?
Yeah, standard effects.
I'm trying to think.
And I'm guessing that there's no bonus die whatsoever.
I want to offer
actually,
you.
What are you trying to do? Are you trying to like what's the worst thing you want to happen to this guy? Is like kind of what I'm thinking of.
The worst thing I want to happen to him, like how do I say? Make sure he won't be able to get to stand up for like what, 10, 20 minutes?
Yeah. So you
Probably
just want
let's say 10.
You like hamstring this guy. He's just like yeah.
Close line up, something like that. Like it's kind of injury where all the air is rushed out of your lungs. You have to spend a moment to get your air back.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you roll that.
Can I devil's bargain that you know this guy?
Ooh, yeah.
I don't know who they are, but like this is a personal acquaintance. I mean, obviously, like B has to approve that devil's bargain, but I just think it's always a fun one.
I'd approve that. Like, yeah. So it depends on if you want to take it, like, of course. But yeah, like, if you want to take an extra die, this is the person you know, and like this is like a person you're actually like kind of thinking of like doing a job for.
Like an employer. Ooh, that makes it even worse.
Yeah.
Potential client.
Ooh.
I mean, hey, maybe we end up saving them from a ghost. That's some good. That's some good karma, right? Cool.
Yeah.
So you can take that for extra die or not. It could be a random civilian.
Day?
You may take it if you wish.
Yeah.
I'll do that. Okay. Submit. Gonna wait.
6.
Nice.
All right.
Nice.
Okay. So controlled and you succeed. Like you do it.
You do it.
Yeah. So you like basically as he's running forward, you manage to like probably put it down and like just kind of sock him in the gut, and like he's and kind of like knocks him out. It's like and he's like, oh, Brats? Oh, what happened? How? Why did you do that? He doesn't seem to like realize what he was doing.
Okay. You. How do I say this? You had this funny look in your eye. I'm not quite sure what it was, whatever it was you're consuming earlier, but I think it's best that you don't mention it to anyone.
Right. Yes. I think I should be going now. He seems like kind of afraid of you, and he as he leaves.
I like turn back like right as they're leaving and like watch them walk away. Just we all right, Browns? Ready to go? I think I
Yeah.
All right.
We better hurry.
Yeah. So that's actually it kind of takes some time. So you would so you may just like plan a route, but like the time that all that happened kind of like took up.
Yeah.
Like yeah. So it's like same deal. Like you got like 10 minutes to like get this thing up to the third floor without anyone knowing as per the rules.
Okay. Cool.
Not the rules. The what you agreed to.
Yeah. So was there like a way we're getting it to the kid that we've already planned? Probably, right? What is the
you could like so you could like I think this be a flashback where you like take a like do a scene where you like kind of arrange this beforehand.
Yeah,
like,
that was like part of the like actual discussing with him in the first place.
Yeah, or if you didn't, if I recall, you didn't really discuss it then. He said like I can't really like be outside my room when this happens, and I don't really have any excuse for you to be there. But
right, yeah.
But if you like want to like say I don't know like tell him to like expect something, I would be like
Yeah, I mean the point is that we arranged a place, the pickup location, like whether or not that was we need to somehow sneak it through his window, or if that's we can leave it somewhere safe. Whatever we arranged, right? Like, yeah, we sort of intentionally left that scene open for the purposes of filling in the blanks, however was appropriate.
Okay, yeah. So what's your agreement with the kids? Like
what is the most professional thing we could agree?
Yeah,
Brands, what do you think?
I don't know, like
I feel like a good rule of thumb for rich people would be leave it somewhere safe.
I actually have a.
I don't think we can leave this somewhere. This is too weird and valuable of a thing.
Yeah. Also, you saw with that guy. Like,
yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So you. Actually, I guess you have like 15 minutes. I think like 10 minutes is like too soon to like. I don't know. And you rolled well and like, or you resisted the harm. So like, I would say like you got like some time. Like you can like kind of for a plan. It's not like you're like super on the clock, but you don't have like time to like run out and get something or anything like that.
Right. Totally. Okay. Yeah. Let me just double check my shirt. We have items that we could make use of. So he can't leave, is what he's told us, right?
Yeah.
So unless we could like give it to, I don't know, that carriage driver who apparently he was able to take to us without being an issue, or something like that. Unless there's a go between, which I think again, like that's either we had discussed it or that we didn't. That's not something I'm adding to the plan now, right?
Yeah.
We would want to try and slip it in through his window somehow, which seems terrible, but let's do it, right?
Yeah, I would say like you could have told him to like leave his window open or something like that.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. So let me see if I have anything that would help me carry, because like in theory this is a box which is a load and I could just have it on me.
Yeah.
But that still seems a bit weird.
Yeah,
so,
because okay, so we mentioned having like a strap on it, like a kind of a
well,
thing.
I'm noticing on my sheet I have climbing gear.
Yeah.
So I think that I could like strap it to me and
I
climb,
do
right?
too.
Yeah, I mean it's a generic item, but it takes
Yeah.
2 pips.
Yeah,
so
well, you had a pip to like had the battery and like
yeah,
and you also had like the decoy box,
which isn't like on us. I don't know how that exactly works, but
yeah, that's weird. Yeah, I feel like it's like the stuff you like brought with you on the mission. So like,
right, totally, yeah.
We're talking about like stuff like stuff you plan to bring.
Yeah, the decoy box that's on your sheet.
Actually, so you were planning on carrying the decoy box. Maybe you should like kind of your low dever. I don't know.
I think it's fine.
Yeah.
I see there's also burglary gear. I don't know what that covers.
I think like lockpicks and stuff like that.
I mean, climbing gear might be like scaling a cliff, whereas burglary gear might be like second story work, right? I don't really know. I'd have to take a look at the book. Regardless, we're like half a block away. We have the place in sight. We're in an alley. Ramiro looks to Brance. Suppose one of us should go up there. Maybe there's an extra body gumming things up. Do you want to take this or should I?
It's not too heavy. Do you think you could handle it for a bit?
I should be fine.
I'll keep an eye out.
You keep an eye? It seems good. Cool. Yeah, so you're gonna like survey the situation and make sure nothing happens while I try and slip in there. I love it. That sounds great.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Princess Doppio. Doppio, good to see you in the chat.
Who's in the chat? Yeah, they're not loading for me, or I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been trying to keep an eye on it, and I refreshed it recently because it looked like it wasn't updating properly. So.
Yeah. Hi. Yeah. If you're still watching, yeah, good to see you around. But yeah, sorry. Back on topic.
So, I guess like I want to go take the box in the thing, do that stuff, and you're gonna keep an eye out, Brance, right? You're gonna use like your survey and keep everything good. I don't know if this is like a setup or if this is just like later when something goes wrong, you can give me the heads up. We could do it either way, probably. This isn't a setup. This is just we have you. Yeah, no, yeah. I'll just go do it. So I, slinked my way over. Probably, I don't know where we're exactly approaching from. If it's like some sort of high wall that I need to like clear, and then somehow.
I think there's like a fence, like a kind of a like a barred fence. You know what I'm talking about, like a iron rot kind of thing.
Is there like a servant entrance that I could walk through that wouldn't be like the main gate?
Ooh.
Interesting. Yeah, I say in the back it makes sense to be servant entrance. It's probably locked though, but like there probably is one.
Okay, cool. Yeah. That seems good. So I don't want to pick the. I'm sure mechanically I'm just as good at picking locks as anyone else, but I don't want to. I don't see that as like a thing. I don't see that as a skill that I picked up as Ramira. So assuming it is like a lock that would require picking, as opposed to like a latch that I can just like pop up or something. I'm just not going to do that. I'm just not going to do that. The vantage we are approaching from, theoretically, I could like go around and try and go in like the front and be conspicuous, but that probably isn't going to work. So instead, I'm going to try and find like, I'm going to, Batman this and find some like thing I can like some pillar that like weird stone part of this fence, as opposed to the rest I'm picturing a lot more wrought iron. and so I can like scale this more rocky thing, and then use that as my vantage from where I'm going from there on. Yeah, and then I'll try and like from there get up to the window and slip it in. Can I verify that it's the window first before I like put this in through someone else's window? Like I was already there earlier, so this should be.
Yeah, you can verify like the window is
like. Okay, I figured that would be trivial. Okay,
Alice is the only window open, let's say. So like
it helps too. Yeah. Great. Okay, cool. So I've got this box. I don't know exactly. Should I spend a load of something to like strap it to me so that I can carry it properly?
No. I think I guess the picture I have in my head is that
I guess like we could say that this is.
It has like
smuggler
again,
rigging, right?
like over your shoulder and like it'll be fine. It's a little bit weighty, I guess. Like, but yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I think this is sort of basically like. It's not going to be that is impossible to detect, but I think it still gets covered by smuggler rigging in that like it's rigged to me, right?
Yeah.
It's just we're using the smuggler rigging in a different way.
Yeah, totally.
That makes sense. Okay, cool. So I can like strap that on and scale this thing, and then make my way over to the window. I assume I'm going to need to roll something, but that is my intent. You can tell me what I need to do.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, I say like you need like this would be like kind of a prowl because like
this
kind
is
of
a prowl, yeah. This is definitely a prowl.
Yeah.
And how much is this roll gonna cover?
I say cover like I say like I can kind of picture.
I guess that's effect. That would be effect, right? Like
effect. Like I say like so it's like kind of thing like I guess you can like trade position for effect. It's like kind of thing. So, like,
yep, totally. Yeah.
Yeah. So I say like this is like a kind of controlled position because like this kind of like no one really interfering with you. But basically, besides like like time itself, and I should say like you may actually it's like not like doesn't feel like it's forcing you to do anything anymore, but it is getting the voice in your head is getting like kind of more insistent as like time has gone on.
Cool.
Yeah. But it's
so like I'm picturing like scaling the wall, and then there's like a separation between the wall and the building, right?
Yeah.
And
so
I would imagine like standard effect would be climbing the wall, and then like great effect would be getting all the way to the window in a single roll. Does that make sense?
Totally. I could actually see you doing like kind of cool thing where you jump from the wall onto like a windowsill.
Yeah, it's just about whether or not it's 2 rolls or 1 roll is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
So I would love to trade position for effect to do it all in 1 roll.
All right, yeah. So you're kind of desperate thing to like do it all at once.
Yeah, because I am the worst. I can't help myself. I gotta be cool even though no one's watching.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, I'll make a prowl. And I have to be honest, the only devil's bargains I could think of seem really bad. So if someone can think of one, cool. If not, I'll push myself for this.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense.
So I'm going to take 1 bonus dice regardless. It's just whether or not I'm taking stress or if it's a devil's bargain.
I can't really think of anything particular, so yeah.
I mean, I feel like there's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I could think of like I don't know. I can think of you like making a lot of noise and like seeing like someone comes out to check, but like
something that John Harper says in the book is you can always offer a heat as a devil's bargain, and that's like basically the mechanicalization of noise, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I can see like someone you might if you do something. You like I guess like someone's going to check their window and see you climbing up into this rich person's window, and like that might be like
See, I don't know. So that's a good question, right? Is this role about the physical act of climbing, or is this role about doing it unseen? Because that's what I was thinking it would be.
I think like, well, doing it, and I think like that's like kind of combined into like.
I think it's supposed to be both, right? And I'm trying to be desperate for great effect, so I think I should be able to get both.
Yeah, totally.
Okay. So I don't really want to take a devil's bargain that feels like it takes away any of that. Yeah, what was that, Simon?
So there are characters have all sorts of special abilities, and do we just get the one that we picked?
You'll earn more when you level up, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because I was thinking, like, if I had Foresight, I'd be happy to expend that right now, but I don't have it, so I can't
it's a really good one. I mean, this actually be a great opportunity for me to do like a flashback, because flashbacks are fun. And I've been here. Sort of ish, right? I was somewhere close. I could have like set up something to help me here. That said, I don't think I could set up anything. I think if I did something like that, it would give me a narrative bonus, but it wouldn't give me like a mechanical bonus, right? And I think that I already have everything I need in the moment, so I don't think there's any benefit to that. I just think that'd be cool.
Well, if you want to be cool, be cool. Like,
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna. Yeah, I'll do like a flashback if I need to like resist stress later or something maybe.
Yeah, cool.
So I'll just take 2 stress if no one has a devil's bargain for me.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I don't think that I don't want to take the heat. I'd rather not. I'd rather take the stress than the heat.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna take 1 bonus today, and 5 isn't terrible. On a grade, it's pretty bad, but whatever.
Oh, nice.
Nice, but it's a controlled to great effect. Controlled, it's controlled.
What? It's not controlled.
Desperate.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, yeah, you traded, yeah.
Yeah. It better be desperate. I want that point.
The consequences of her harm, a complication occurs, or you have reduced effect. You end up in a desperate state. So yeah, you managed to like do a cool thing.
Yeah. I'd be way more like fancy with it than I need to be.
You swing. Yeah, you basically like I'm picturing you like throw like your climbing rope over like a gargoyle on like the top of the.
I go full Batman on this. You gotta have some gargoyles.
Yeah, and you manage to like kind of do a quick thing where like you climb up and you kind of swing onto the fingers in one action, like climb up onto the windowsill. I was like, do you say anything when you get there, or? I
don't think so.
Well, yeah. Okay,
is that my fail that I like say something cool to myself?
No. I mean, do you see anything when you see Philip at the window? Did you say anything to him?
Oh, that's what you mean. No, you said the window's open. I'm just gonna put it in.
Okay, yeah. So you see like Philip at the window, like he's been desperately waiting for his thing. Is like, and he like kind of you see him like quickly like drag a box out for a big heavy box full like with writing on it from under his bed, and put the thing in. And
is this like exchange of money? Is he giving me money?
This is like keeping
I
the
misunderstood.
thing.
Yeah, okay, good, yeah.
But also then he like takes like a sack he prepared like next to his window.
I'm like hanging down from like above the window. That's to me.
Yeah. Okay. So. Yeah. So yeah. You. Okay. So what? So I'm trying to think what's the. Suffer harm or complication occurs. Reduce effect. You end up in a desperate. I don't want to.
Are you looking at the right one? You said end up in a desperate position, so that can't be right, can it?
No. Well, no. You traded like position for effect, right? So you made it risky in order to.
This is a desperate action. This was a desperate action.
This was a desperate action.
Yeah.
Oh no! Wait, no. If don't you still go up 1 when you trade position for effect?
Yeah. You're saying it was controlled? I don't think it was controlled.
Okay, yeah, fair. Yeah.
Look, I want experience.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, so
All right, let me look at these desperate. Desperate. You do it, but there's a consequence. You suffer severe harm. A serious complication occurs, or you have reduced effect.
Okay,
So like I might just have to make a second roll to go all the way, right? I might not have been able to actually do the full effect. That's possible.
maybe, yeah. So I see you managed to like. Okay, so yeah.
I have to like pass it down to him still.
We wind a little bit. Sorry, like do these rules.
Cool.
You are. So you managed to like make. So you managed kind of managed to do your thing, but you kind of like slip, and you and like looks like you're going to. There's actually like a moment where it looks like you're going to just fall, but you managed to like kind of. The rope falls, but you manage to catch yourself on like a windowsill, and you need to make a roll to like jump, to, like kind of like climb up the rest of the way, like kind of barehanded, which I say is like a risky thing to do.
I mean, it probably shouldn't be less desperate than the situation I was already in. I would imagine. And if you want to like twist the knife a bit, I think like maybe I like dislocate my shoulder or something. Like I like can catch onto something and like my shoulder pops out as I'm falling. And I'd like maybe I can that would be like harm, and I could resist it or something.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That
would be my humble suggestion.
Yeah. Okay. That sounds good. Yeah.
But it's probably like both, right? It's probably like normally desperate harm is like pretty severe. I think this is probably light harm, but then also it's reduced effect.
So the rope, like you kind of like were too quick about it, so like the rope kind of got loose, but you managed to like grab onto a windowsill. You just look at your shoulders to take like a harm, like dislocated shoulder.
Cool. Yeah. So if that's just like normal light harm, I'll resist that.
It's like free hand, which now that I think of it would yes be desperate.
So I'm going to take 1 stress instead of taking the harm.
Yeah.
But I will have to roll again to finish the job.
Yeah.
So let's see. That's the wrong character sheet. Okay, beautiful. Love taking stress. It's my favorite. And cool. So I'll like pop my shoulder back in, basically. Like I don't like actually stop myself from losing it, but like I'm able to pop it back in like in the moment before any like actual damage is done.
Yeah.
It's not like stretching at the socket or anything. Yeah. And I, pull myself the rest of the way up and like push the crate in through the window. So I'm probably like hanging at the bottom of the window as opposed to like dropping over the top like I wanted to and look all cool. Awesome, great. What am I rolling? I'm rolling prowl, but like.
Yeah, prowl. Yeah.
All right. Cool. And this is still desperate because it's not going to get less desperate.
Yeah.
Unless I can like make it out. I just feel weird about it. Like I feel like I'm like the first time I was definitely reaching for for experience, but this time I feel like I'm cheating. Well, I'll do it.
Yeah.
All right. This is just standard because we're actually in this position now, and no bonus dice. 6.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. I mean, like 5 on like a 5 or something, I probably would like have you. Yeah. So you managed to have. He's like very quick. He like is very quick. He's like has his finger over his mouth like shh, as he like puts the thing in the box, and like and hands you the cash, and he like kind of shoots you like, oh go, and like and like you got your money, and
okay, cool.
And I feel like now you're not like really on the clock anymore. It's not a big issue to like get back over the thing.
Cool. Yeah.
And I would also, because like you're like again criminal, you know how you can like climb a fence if you really need to.
I pictured this is like a building that I can't, like before I was hopping from roof to roof, and I think this is like in a courtyard in such a way that I couldn't, right?
Yeah.
So I had like, it's part of the reason why I wasn't on the roof in the first place, or like why I didn't approach from that direction. But I'm able to pull myself back over the wall.
Yeah.
And,
if you wanted to like do like a real weird rope thing where you threw a rope over and like did like a zip line, I would probably accept that as like a thing. But yeah,
I'm happy to just scramble over and make my way back to Brands. If you want one last prowl, I'll do it. But I think that's probably fine.
Yeah.
I wonder how quiet I am.
I don't think this is an issue because like you can like take your time and like this is like you've done stuff like this before.
Cool. Awesome.
Yeah.
And are we cutting the score there, or is there like anything else? I get back to Brant, and I just like give him the nod, but I'm like trying to stay quiet at this point. And I'm like rubbing my shoulder. Yeah.
Yeah. I think we cut the score here. Yeah.
Cool. Awesome. Great. Yeah. All right.
So that was a good first mission.
Yeah. So
as you like walk away,
go ahead.
You hear like roaring coming out from the window as some soup and some like and like some and like you feel chanting something or other like it's his problem now, not yours.
It's totally his problem.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. So I would like to take the moment between score and downtime to say, thank you for joining to watch. I'm trying to keep an eye on chat, but it's hard because I'm bad at this. For those who don't know the system, a Blades in the Dark breaks up the like score or the heist or the criminal escapade and the sort of downtime that's nebulous amount of time between one score and the next. So we finished up our score. There is some like proceedings we have to go through for the score, I believe, like how much coin we get and all that junk. And then we go into downtime.
Yeah, so I say you got 2 coin from the upfront, and I say you got like 2 coin. He gave you like.
Are you looking at that section right now? Because there's like rules for it.
Sorry.
You can just look at it. You don't have to like.
I'm just thinking like how much was in that bag, which is like.
I mean I'm sure that's a way to do it. That's giving up on a score. That's not what I want to know. It's beginning of downtime. Beginning of downtime is payoff. So, downtime is divided into 4 parts. Payoff. The crew receives the rewards from successful completed score.
Yeah.
After a score, PCs take stock of their income from the operation. Successful score generates both rep and coin. Nice.
Yeah.
Let's get. I'm going to open up the sheet so the stream can see it. The faction sheet is Sparrows of Nightmarket. Oh, that didn't work. Yeah, classy.
Yeah.
Boop. Okay. So we've got this nice fine sheet here. Beautiful, isn't it? Okay. And
so beautiful.
So beautiful. So let's go through them. The crew earns coin based on the nature of the operation and or any loot they seized. So are you at the page? It's page 146 or 154 as the PDF page number, whichever.
Yeah.
It's entirely possible. So I feel like loot they seized is generally like if we pick something up along the way in addition, right? But
yeah,
this sounds like a very much straightforward score. We got paid to do a job.
Cool. Yeah, job.
So
there might be consequences for this job down the line. We'll see.
Totally, right. And the question is this? It sounds like it's either a minor job with full purses or a small job, a strong box.
I think that's like this is like a rich kid. So I think this is might actually like a small job, a strong box. He probably overpaid you a little bit.
Cool. No, I love it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me. So we get 4 coin, and we can only hold 4 coin at once. I believe there is a rule for each of us can carry a coin, like or something. But
there's I think is there like putting in your stash is like a thing?
There is, but there's also at least there used to be a rule about like you can go over coin as long as you don't start another job. So as long as we spend the excess coin before the next job starts, that's fine.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
So I'm just gonna at the current time I'm marking 5 because we already had 1 coin, so we're at 5 now. And if we start another job before we spend the 5th, we have to turn it into stash or lose it. Stash is a mechanic which is not used a ton in the game. A few things specifically interact with it, but it's mostly considered like there's two main uses. One is if you put something in stash, it's you stashing it away as a character, and it's kind of like intangibles that you can't access. If you want to turn that into coin, it costs 2 stash per coin.
Yeah, I think it's kind of you use it to buy stuff. Like you use it to buy nice stuff for your apartment or whatever.
Yeah, the other way it's used is to basically indicate a general level of quality of living.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Stash is your savings account, trusty fish. But the idea being that there is a mechanic where you can say, like, 1 coin becomes 1 stash, but then you can turn 2 stash into 1 coin if you need it again.
Yeah.
So that's sort of the downside of putting in stash. But it is nice to some people play the game and go, I want to have lots of stash because I want to live richly, right?
Which actually, that's like kind of seems like something like we mentioned like brands having kind of like one luxury kind of stuff.
That was like debated, right? That was like a potential vice. And I think we didn't go with it.
Sorry, I should check your character sheets. I kind of.
But I mean, that might still also be true. I don't know. I don't know. Simon has a.
Yeah, it's like super is like the thing. Never mind.
You're still there, Simon, right?
Oh no. Yeah, for like. Okay, oh, nice.
Right. Yeah, I just always feel like we're talking over you, and I feel bad, so I want to make sure you're there.
Yeah.
I'm like talking about your character. Yeah. Cool. So we earned the stash, or we earned the coin. Record the coin. Most districts have crime bosses that expect smaller crews to pay a tithe. If the GM ask the GM if there's a boss that you should be paying, subtract a coin equal to your crew's tier plus 1. Ugh, gross. Let's not do that. GM, definitely don't screw around with the players when it comes to the payoff. Don't say that the client lied, that there's no reward, or that they're meeting the payment is actually a trap or whatever. These types of things are boring. That's not what it says. It basically says that, but it doesn't actually. Where's rep though? I don't see rep. The crew earns 2 rep per score by default. The target of the score is a higher tier than you. Take plus 1 rep per tier higher. If the target of the score is lower tier, you get negative 1 rep per tier lower to a minimum of 0 rep.
Okay.
Actually, there's also a line about like if you keep the operation completely quiet so no one knows about it, you earn 0 rep. So we can sort of decide whether or not we think we can do super quiet. It was like, I don't think it was super quiet. I think that there was there were people, especially.
You punch the guy. You also like
there were people who were involved in the underworld who would at least know about it, even if it's not blue coat knowledge. Right?
Yeah. Also, it's like the person you handed off to himself like saw you.
Right. So there's the docker that we were working with. There was Dominic, I should say. I should use their name.
Yeah.
And of course, there was unnamed business magnate.
Yeah.
I don't know who they are. I have this very specific image in my head of them, and I don't know where it came from, but I love it, and I don't know how to describe it. So that was a useless sentence I just said. Point is, yep. So 2, and then it goes up per tier. So do you know what tier of the target was? Because I don't know who counts the target in this. We talked about this earlier.
I don't know. I kind of want to say like the thing in the thing with the targets.
Oh, the thing we were transporting was the target?
Yeah, kind of, because it didn't want to be there.
Okay, what's the tier of that?
That's also the kind of thing you like were fighting against like most of the thing. Yeah.
Sure. What was the tier of that?
Let's say it was I don't know. Yeah, I feel like it was a tier 1. Yeah, so.
Okay, so we'll take 3 rep.
Yeah.
2 from default plus 1 because we are tier 0. So it's 1 tier higher than us.
Nice.
Okay, cool. We already got our coin marked. Heat. Doskvol is a city of prying eyes and informants, both living and ghostly. Anything you do might be witnessed. All right. To reflect
there could easily been like someone like looking out the window as you like were climbing that thing, or like someone.
Yeah. After a score or conflict with an opponent, your crew takes heat according to the nature of the operation. A smooth and quiet low exposure operation has 0 heat. A contained standard exposure operation has 2 heat. A loud and chaotic operation is 4, and a wild devastating exposure operation is 6 heat.
I think this is.
I don't know if there's a ton of like guidelines for what should count for all of these. What I do know is when I've played before, there's always been a lot of talk about like, well, so I've done a lot of jobs in the past where we like blow up buildings, right? Like it's huge exposure, and the question always is, could it have been louder though?
Yeah.
So the question becomes, in this situation, could we have been smoother?
Yeah, you could. I feel like. Well,
I think we could have. I think we could have been smoother.
Yeah. Again, you did deck a guy. You did.
Yeah. So
you,
even though I think this was like the smoothest operation I've ever been a part of in any Blades game, I think it should be 2 heat because I think things are kind of supposed to be relative to your gang, right? But also I think we could have been smoother than this.
Yeah. Say like 2 heat. Like
okay.
Yeah.
So let's mark down 2.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I should be meaner now that you said that. I don't know.
Well, it's just weird because like I've never played a smuggler before. I've been playing like demolitionists, like they're gonna be loud, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Go figure.
Yeah, fair enough.
Go figure when someone hires you to blow up a building, it's loud. Sorry, I was just looking at chat. That's my brother in chat. It's just mild hypothermia as a devil's bargain. For what role? I was looking at chat recently enough that I know that we haven't made a roll since then.
I don't know. It's like the night and racy stuff.
Well, keep it in mind, B, for the future when you need to give us mild hypothermia. That's pretty good. Yeah. As a GM of Blaze in the Dark, you just like accrue devil's bargain concepts and ideas so that you can drop them at any time.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah. All right, what else is there here? We get our heat. Add +1 heat for a high profile or well-connected target. Add +1 heat if the situation happened on hostile turf. Add +1 heat if you're at war with another faction, even if they weren't involved. Add +2 heat if killing was involved, whether the crew did the killing or not. Bodies draw attention. Yeah, this is why, like, if you come from like D&D and you're like, oh yeah, let's all be cutters and kill people, that's why you don't do that. It's like really bad. Yeah. Mark the heat level. Yeah. So do you think we get any extra heat from that or not? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Okay, cool. Okay. When your heat reaches 9, you're getting harcenated. Okay, that's fine. Or that's not exactly how that works, but you get wanted levels. Prison claims, not important. Entanglements. Your scoundrel's crew didn't just spring into existence tonight. You have complex history. All right. After payoff and heat are determined, the GM generates an entanglement for the crew using the list below. Find the column that matches the crew's current heat level, then roll a number of dice equal to their wanted level, and use the result of the roll to select which sort of entanglement manifests. If one level is 0, roll 2 dice and keep the lowest. Yeah. Okay, so we are at heat 0 to 3. So we should roll 2d6.
Okay.
There's probably a button for that, and I don't know what it is. Is it this button? Yeah, it is. Nice. All right. I assume we don't change our dice at all. Sparrows of Nightmarket, who currently have 2 heat, roll for entanglement. A 2 and a 3. 0 dice, take the lowest. Cool. So that's what we want. We get gang trouble or the usual suspects.
Okay.
Some groups like to roll entanglements in the open so everyone knows what hit them. Other groups prefer to roll in secret. Oh, well, sorry. Cool. So you can look at gang trouble or the usual suspects. I think you get to choose which happens, and you just make up an entanglement based off of it.
Yeah, okay, so...
And this happens between, like, ending the job. This might be a few days later. It might be the same night. It could be whatever.
Yeah, I think I could take, like, a broad...
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know how much time we want to spend on downtime. If it's, like, a month or a week or 2 days, like, it could be anything. It depends on the the game we're playing. I'm thinking probably at least a week, but like we were given the job and then a week later did the job. So like probably it's
I
like
feel like a week is like a good amount of time, about give or take.
Yeah, and I was thinking it might be like 2 weeks or something, just because like we sort of spent a week on the job even. So hard to say. Anyway, it doesn't have to be set in stone. Like we don't have to track how many months have passed or anything.
Yeah.
It's just sort of a ballpark for the sake of context.
Okay. I was thinking, oh, that's
Looking at that hate table, it looks really fun.
Yeah, it's rough. But yeah, so I would say I'm just looking at what the other okay.
Sorry, I haven't been paying attention. I've been reading chat. What's going on?
Ooh, I should be reading chat, I guess.
No, don't. They're a bunch of degenerates.
No, I should have great.
I'm only saying that because it's my brother. Yeah. Just because I keep meaning to, shout out Chris and I keep forgetting to. Trusty Fish in chat is my brother. He has his own Twitch stream. I think he's mostly playing Monster Train right now, but he plays a bunch of different stuff. You should check him out. He was my first GM for Blaze in the Dark. So all the like weird history stuff I keep mentioning is like in his games.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
is it Gang Trouble or the Usual Suspects? It's probably Usual Suspects.
Gang
Trouble is like our gang.
You don't really have like a cohort.
I does say one of your gangs or other cohorts, and we do have 2 cohorts, so it could be that one actually.
Ooh, yeah, you could be your bird.
I forgot that it was not just gangs; it's other cohorts as well. Yeah.
Yeah, but again, like I think your bird is like fine.
I mean, who knows what Tress is doing, right?
I don't think he's getting into much trouble. Honestly.
All right, the Usual Suspects. The Bluecoats grab someone in the periphery of your crew. One player volunteers a friend or vice purveyor as the person most likely to be taken.
Yeah, or I could say like, I don't know. Yeah. So make a fortune roll to see if they resist questioning.
Yeah. Well, we should decide who that is then. Now, this doesn't even have to be anything related to what's going on. It's just, in general, the fact that we are a gang in Doskvol and have a reputation means, whatever.
I volunteer as tribute.
The thing is, you're like volunteering someone else's tribute. Let's see. There is the obvious choice in my mind is just Esme, because she's our like cruise contact as opposed to either one of us. But if there's anyone, I mean, you said you volunteer as tribute. Who would you put forward?
Yeah, I was thinking Esme.
All right, yeah, that sounds good to me.
Okay, so Esme is like, she runs a bar in Nightmarket, but that's not the same bar that you drink at, right? That's like our like home turf friendly, where we chat people up, basically.
She's also kind of a hero to the people. Kind of, she's like well liked among the local.
But like criminal dealings happen in her bar all the time.
Yeah. Also, yeah.
So it makes perfect sense.
Yeah. And like so, let's see, like some Blue Coats here come over because someone reported a robbery at the Marsden place.
I mean, it doesn't have to do anything with it if he doesn't want to, right? It's time is passing. There's an entanglement, right?
Yeah.
Like the Usual Suspects really means, Esme is involved in dealings every once in a while. Blue Coats pull her in. We see if she resists questioning. Maybe she throws us under the bus because he needs to say something to them. That's what it
okay.
means, right? And
So,
if you want to tie it to the specific job, you totally can, but you don't have to.
I like the idea of tying it to this because it's like kind of a bigger thing you've done. I feel like.
Sure.
Yeah.
Totally.
I don't know.
I mean,
I like
it didn't show up. The package didn't show up, right? This package was supposed to show up at the museum. It didn't. They called the docks. The docks go, I mean, it honestly, can I say it's Dominic? It's Dominic, right?
Yeah.
Like Dominic was supposed to be responsible for this. He's the one who gets pulled in.
Yeah, okay, that makes way more sense. Yeah.
No, I think it has to be. Assuming you're okay with that, Simon.
Yeah. Okay, so let me just check the fortune roll rules.
I mean, I just pulled.
Yeah, what does it say? Make a fortune roll to find out the questioning. 1 to 3, get +2 heat. 4 to 5, level 2. What? 4 to 5, level 2 harm. What? Like, they take level 2 harm? Dang.
Yeah.
Oof.
Oof.
And then on a 6, they resist questioning. That's brutal. Or we can pay off the blue coats with a coin.
Yeah.
Cool. Do we roll it first? Or is it make a fortune roll or pay off the blue coats?
I think it's make a fortune. I think it's like
I would guess we would have to decide if we pay them off first. We can't be like,
we
can't be like, roll. You got a 6, cool. We're not going to pay them off, right? And
because it's like kind of So do you throw your friend Dominic under the bus?
So what I would like to say. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
I think I'd like to pay them off.
Cool. Yeah, I was gonna say. I think that you should decide, Simon, but I want you to know that I'm okay with spending the money. Like, we have the money. We just made a bunch of money.
Yeah. Because the thing is, I just realized why I picked that name. That was my late grandfather. Then I suddenly felt an emotional connection.
Oh man.
Dag. All right. Let's play the blue coats. Make a note that we played up the blue coats because should we play this out? Like, not like the full scene, but like, how do you pay off the blue coats without literally walking up to me and saying like, "Hello, we are criminals. Here is money." I legit don't know. Like, I don't know how criminals do anything.
I think. Well, I mean, you kind of.
I don't either.
I think it's like kind of a thing where like you, basically, you heard that I think it's like kind of like bail money, kind of like you kind of, but it's like expensive bail money because this is Doskvol and it sucks here.
Yeah, it would be nice if one of us had like a blue coat contact. You have an archivist, but that's not really the same thing, right?
Yeah. I think it's why I feel like you heard that she was in jail and you kind of.
Well, this is Dominic, right? This is Dominic.
Dominic. Sorry, I got confused.
We were talking as me before. It makes sense.
Yeah. So I will say you heard Dominic what got picked up by blue coats, and before you can get to questioning, you kind of came over and like kind of paid bail for him.
Right, and the question is like, do we actually like? Is it like one of us does that?
That'd be Tressa. Maybe Tressa's like very unassuming.
Oh yeah, Tressa would. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, Mm-hmm.
Tressa delivers that like money and.
Yeah, that's kind of what she's there for.
I could also.
She's an.
I could also do that.
So, yeah.
I mean, that's true. You definitely could.
I mean,
as France, because you are.
I do have 2 dogs in consort.
Yeah. I mean, this is not a roll, right? This is just a mechanical thing that we do. But you totally could be like, yep, I literally show up and I'm like, hey, you know me. This is price of doing business. And it's like not even like that's how I picture gangs operating. Where it's like, no, you know and I know that I'm criminals and you're going to accept this bribe because you're also kind of a criminal.
It's also another thing.
You go up to them and you try to figure out if they're crooked. Then you say, hey guys, how about you just go over there with this bill in your hand? Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
I was also thinking like it's another thing is like he's the dog, I'm the dog, so it makes more sense that I'd approach them.
Yeah, and like you know him. It doesn't mean you're involved. It just means you care about him. You're a friend. Or whatever. So I think that's what happens, regardless of the nitty-gritty details. Cool.
Yeah.
Anything else before we jump to actual downtime? I think that's all everything, right?
I think that.
I marked down rep, I marked down heat, and I took one coin off.
Activity, so we can acquire assets, do a long-term project. We cover, cool. Reduce heat, train, and indulge vice.
All right. Twin scores your crew spends time at the Liberty, tending to personal needs. These are downtime activities. During downtime phase, each PC has time for 2 activities. When you're at war, you instead only have 1. Cool. So first and foremost, is there anything you would like to do off the top of your head, Simon? Or as Brant, I suppose? I'm going to close this sheet now. I'll leave that open still.
What's it called? Hitting up a bunch of bars.
You gonna
indulge your vice?
Indulge your vice.
Yeah. So I don't know how much stress you ended up on, but I am at 6, I believe. So I will also be indulging my vice the first thing.
Yeah.
That's usually what the first act is.
I got 4. Not as bad as he did.
Cool. So I think we're describe the scene. Like this is the first time we're seeing you indulge your vice. We might as well at very least have the first one be like a played out scene.
Yeah. So I say like you kind of go into Ismay's bar, which I need to come up with.
Well, it's not Ismay's, right? This is a different bar.
It's a different bar.
I think so. Simon, what you wrote down the your vice purveyor, right?
Vice purveyor. Yeah, looking through it.
Yeah, it's at the bottom line.
Stupor, drinking, etc.
Is that all it says? It doesn't say like a location.
So I have that written somewhere. Like, just looking through all the notes.
Yeah, I thought you drank in. I don't remember actually. I thought one of these would ring a bell. I'm not seeing it.
I think I had that on a different sheet.
Fair enough. That's reasonable.
I might just have it written down physically somewhere. I'll have to track that down.
Cool.
But I think it was somewhere. Yeah,
I mean, it can be anywhere. This is the first session.
I think it was in Silk Shore?
Could be Silk Shore. Silk Shore makes lots of sense.
Yeah, it's a very fancy place. Also,
yeah, and I think you wanted to like distance it from your work too, so it's like way over here.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So let me just check out the vice purveyors.
Bar crawl. There we go. That's what it was.
What was that?
Pub crawl. That's what I was thinking of.
Oh,
the word.
Just that word. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. Let's see. So there's a. Let's see. So there's a Silver Stag Casino in Silk Shore. That could be like a place where you can get drunk. Yeah. The Silver Stag. I like it.
Yes, I'll spend.
Was it a casino? Okay, I didn't think it was a casino.
Silver Stag.
Good.
Yeah, but also I imagine it's like a whole hotel. I don't know. That's what I think of casinos. Yeah. So it's like So you go over there. It's like a very fancy place. Red carpet is like kind of a jazzy, kind of. I know it's like kind of like what's it called? Out of time. Not very period appropriate, but there's like kind of a jazzy like song being sung.
Can we do that thing where like we go? Not that this is how I unwind, but like I go with Brant and we like unwind together, and I'm like find a pool table and we're like he's drinking and we're chatting, and it's like
sure, talking about
together,
like,
even though like this isn't my downtime action. I wasn't sure how that would interact with.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah, like what do you talk about?
I mean, like anything but work, right? Like, right?
Yeah. You talk about like I don't know, like the dog races or something, or like
dog races.
Yeah. I mean, that's my imagine. That sounds like a very Doskvol thing to happen.
Yeah. I mean, I get like into this whole like pool game. I don't know if you play or not, or if I'm just like, I don't know.
I'll play badly.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I think there's actually a pretty fun social aspect to pool where like you take turns, right? Like you go back and forth. So like when you're not shooting, you're sort of leaning on the side and you're chatting about stuff and just like, ugh, exhausted.
Yeah.
I need to get out of this place soon.
Yeah.
This is not my voice. I'm just talking right now. I should swap into something.
Yeah.
Shark with a pool table. I'd love to. Yeah. So now the point is that this is a scene for your vice, and your vice is not just having a fun time at a pool hall drinking booze. Your vice is stupor, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So what does that look like?
Yeah, do you like say
it eventually just got to the point now where it's like, well, while we're playing, I'm assuming like it's what, a couple of rounds? Is that how pool works? I don't know.
So I mean, yeah, you could probably play a couple of rounds, like best 2 out of 3, because sometimes you could just run the table and it doesn't really, you don't really give the other person a fair shot. So yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And throughout the whole time is just drinking brandy heavily while it's going on, and that's not helping.
I figure a lot of what the scene is, it's less about us like actually hanging out and chatting, and it's more about like me like keeping an eye on you, like make sure you don't hurt yourself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, I imagine like, yeah.
Yeah.
At the certain point, it's just like, hey, maybe we should go now, and like you're like, nah. Like,
yeah, I don't think I like butt in and I'm like, hey, you drunk too much. It's more just like, if you get into a fight, I'm gonna be there to back you up, or if you need like someone to lean on when you walk home, I'm gonna be there, right? That kind of stuff. Yeah.
Also, it's like kind of probably don't want to get a fight so short. Just feel like it's a very risky place, so the cops are everywhere.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah. Totally. Cool. So you want to roll your Indulge Vice. There should just be a button for it right underneath your score there. And Power Gamer Me has to ask, and of course, not even just has to ask now, but has to ask previously, because that's part of why I'm here. Can I be a friend and give an extra die to Brantz?
Yeah, I say so.
Cool. Yeah. So I want to be that support that helps you like manage your.
Yeah, it lets him get a little bit drunker just because like you're there to.
Now, I think you can reject my help if you want to, because there is always a risk of overindulging, which is if you recover more stress than you currently have. And I believe you have 4 stress, and the max you can recover is 6. So you can decide if you want my die or not.
Yeah. Sure. So that's 1 bonus dice?
It's 1 bonus die if you want it.
And what's your stress at right now?
Sure.
4. Okay, so yeah.
4.
Yeah, so just don't roll over a 4, which if 2 dice. Yeah.
Or do if you're me.
Yeah.
All right. You hit that button?
I'm just waiting for it to come through.
Yeah, I figured. Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Ooh, like low internet kind of stuff.
Yeah. I'm having trouble communicating with the server.
Yeah.
Yep.
In that case,
it started to rain again.
Yeah. Do you want me to roll for you if that's easier? Or,
we got it.
Okay.
All right. You did it. You
God.
recovered 6. If the result of your vice roll means you clear more stress levels than you have marked, you overindulge. Yeah, we get those rules in session or like downtime 1.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Where are those rules? I'm so proud of you.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see.
Like, I'm not there being like, hey man, maybe we should drink less. I'm just like, yeah, just keep drinking.
Yeah.
What's the worst that can happen? I'm here. It'll be fine.
And I think it's like kind of thing of like the other people there are just like involved in your drinking and just like chug.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Indulging your vice, overindulgence. Here we go. If your vice roll clears more stress levels than you have marked, you overindulge. A vice is not a reliable, controllable habit. It's a risk, and one that can drive your character to act against their own best interests. When you overindulge, choose one of these options. You either attract trouble, select or roll an additional entanglement. You brag about your exploits and get 2 extra heat. You become lost in your vice. You vanish for a few weeks, play a different character until this one returns. Or you become tapped. The current purveyor cuts you off. You get thrown out of this Silk Shore casino, and they don't let you back in.
Yeah.
So you get to decide.
Yeah, I think. Pardon?
We didn't hear what you said.
Did you hear the different overindulgence options?
Hello?
No, I did hear the last part after you said the Silver Stag Casino.
I just said you get to choose which one of those you want, right? Like it's not up to me or B to decide.
Yeah.
So I know which one I think is the funniest in this scenario, but you get first pick. I mean, there's 2 really good ones in my mind.
I think, like I feel like brag would be the most fun.
Yeah.
Where you take +2 heat.
That's the one I wanted too, right? You just get like super smashed. You're just like, we just did whatever.
Yeah.
Let me tell you about this guy almost crashed our boat. Or like you're talking about like a thing I did because you were like watching from the alley as I was like climbing up and like dislocated my shoulder.
Yeah. Or it was like some weird ghost thing, and like there's one creepy guy that is like, oh, interesting. Yeah. Tell me more. Mm-hmm. It's like, yeah.
And I'm like distracted. I'm like got in this like really intense game of pool.
Yeah.
Where's the? Did I close the sheet? Oh, I did close the sheet, right? Because I had it open as an actual sheet and not as a. Okay. So 1 extra. What the heck? Did this get changed?
Oh, it did.
The sheet got changed to a character sheet somehow.
Oh yeah, because so you don't have 4 trauma. That'd be terrible.
So we are gonna take 2 more heat. Cool. Puts us up at 4 heat. That's great. I love it. And unless there's anything else you want to do in that scene, let's. I'm gonna do my stress relief.
Yeah. What do you do for your stress relief? I forgot.
I go get laid. Straight up.
Yeah. I remember like you used to be like a different girl in every train station. So yeah, it's like
yeah. So to recap, the stuff that came out in character creation for Ramira. Ramira was a railjack who went from like what the heck? There's an X button here. Yeah, that's right. Sorry. Would ride the rails from city to city and had a different partner in every town, and now she's stuck in Doskvol. And instead she frequents the local brothel, which has people from all over the place who work there. Let me bring up on my sheet so I can double check all this good stuff. We've got vice, pleasure, lovers, the red lamp in. Oh, hey, this is also Silk Shore.
Yeah. So it's like after.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's like after you.
All right, beautiful.
Escort Brance, you send him on a carriage home.
Yeah, I get him in a carriage. No,
and
like
like now it's time for me time.
That's definitely what happens. Yeah. Yeah, and I think I had a plan about what I want to do the first downtime, but I don't have a clue right now. Yeah, so I go there, and I'm going to find somebody. I think generally speaking, I try to have the like same partners every time, like not the same one, but like I'll go on like a rotation effectively. So it's not just like who's available today. Like out of everyone, it's like out of like these different people, right? Like
you have your like usuals, and they know you there.
Yeah, right. It's like exactly the same. Like I don't remember how many different heritages there are, but there's like I'm a regular with one from each of the different backgrounds, except for Akaros, because I have an actual like main squeeze who lives in Akaros. Yep. You know that. Cool. So I go there. I say hello to Madame Teslin, who is the proprietor of the Red Lamp.
She asked you to take off your hat. It's very rich to have your hat in the house. Yeah.
Every time, Teslin. Every time.
Yeah.
I take it off, and I begrudgingly take it off. And hang it up on like a hat rack, and go in. Yeah, and I need to like start spitting names because I would like these to be like actual characters and not just throwaway jokes or anything stupid like that. So I need to open up not a character sheet, a list of names. Or if you want to give me a name, that'd be great.
Yeah, I give you names
there. I would like. I think that today, probably sometimes it's like who's available out of these like 5 people. But other times they're all available, and it's like who do I go for? And I think today I'm looking for like a Severosi. If you have a nice Severosi name for me, and of course it doesn't even have to be like their name, right? It could be like a stage name, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, I think it's more on a first name basis here.
Yeah, I think so too, right?
Yeah.
Like the scene is mostly.
So you meet with Berta.
Berta? Okay.
Berta,
yeah. And like it's like dinner. It's like we sit and talk about everything but work, right?
Yeah, totally.
We like it is a like real emotional connection. This is a person. It like, and this is very much what I would do. Right? I'd like go have dinner with whoever they were, and yes, it would lead to the bedroom, but like that wasn't the extent of my relationship with all these people around the world. And that's the same thing here, right? It's I don't know if this the original intent of the Red Lamp in the book, but like the idea of that it being like there is places to dine within the Red Lamp. I think that's totally
I like that idea too. Yeah.
Which like not everyone partakes and whatever, but like that's something that's part of my ritual, if you will.
Yeah.
Now,
but yeah, they offer the full experience.
Totally.
Yeah.
And I think if I like committed a downtime action sequence to like becoming closer with these people, then I could probably add them to my friends, but I don't think they count now, right?
I say that might be like a long-term project.
Yeah, like I think so, right? Because it's like, I want there to be more to this than just sex, but it's not there right now, right? Because I don't want to just be like, yep, I get free dice because I chose lovers, ha ha ha, cheats, right? Like, now if I was sleeping with Selene, then totally, right? Because she already is on my contacts list, but that's different. All right, so I'm going to choose to indulge vice, and I'm going to take no bonus dice, And that gives me... Oh, that rolled already. Wow, that's fast. 2. Great. That's crap.
Well, okay, that's fair. Well, it's fair and overindulging.
I have 6. I can't overindulge.
Yeah.
You can take my overindulging.
Yeah, right? Let me just check something. There's a whole rule here about... There used to be a rule about bumping up success levels with money. I don't know if I can do that or not. For any downtime action, take 1d if a friend is involved. After the roll, you can spend a coin after the roll to improve the result level. Increase the result level by 1 for each coin spent. So 1 to 3 becomes a 4. And 4 to 5 becomes a 6.
Wow.
So I can spend 1 to go from 2 to 4 here, and I think I'm gonna do that. So I'm just like, you know, it's nice.
You order from the fancy menu.
Yeah, right. Like
the best champagne.
I think a lot of this is like I enjoy pampering people.
Yeah.
Like that's part of the it's part of the thing I get out of this, right? Yeah. So I think that's a big part of it for me.
Yeah.
It's this whole like other experience part of it. It's not just like, yeah, I spend extra and we have a threesome. Like it's not like that, right? It's like this whole I'm actually spending money on somebody as opposed to buying them. If that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. So I'm gonna mark off 1 coin. Which I don't ask you if I can do. I just spend it.
Yeah.
So if we have to have a talk about that later, we can. You can, if in character, you may like be aware that there's money missing. 1, 2, 3, 4. That is a thing that you can pursue if you wish to.
Yeah.
In the future. And I need to make sure I mark it off the sheet. So Sparrows of Nightmarket, and we have 1 less coin. Boop. Great. Cool. So now we both have 1 extra downtime action. And I think one of us should reduce heat if we can. And then the other can do whatever they want.
I think I should.
Okay.
Yeah, I should look at the list because I don't know what I want to do.
Training is an attractive option, or you can do like a long-term project.
Training is actually great. If I'm not mistaken, I am at... what am I at? I'm like actually pretty close to getting my prowess up, and we have bonus in prowess training, so I might actually do a prowess train. Yeah, we get 2 points for every prowess we train as opposed to just 1, so I might do that with my downtime. But let's see how the heat goes first.
Nice.
You like wake up the next day and realize what you said. What do you do?
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure how to roll or do whatever it is.
Sure, I don't mean the mechanical rolling. I mean, like, what do you do in the fiction to reduce heat? I'll bring up the actual section in the book in a second. Acquire an asset, reduce heat. Where's that? Long term, recover, reduce heat. Say what your character does to reduce the heat level of the crew and make an action roll. You can choose any action you want, assuming it's relevant to the way you reduce heat.
Yeah.
So maybe you consort with your friend. Maybe you command fear of the local citizens. Maybe you go, I don't know, kill somebody. Probably not that, because that would increase heat.
Yeah, that's the opposite of what you want.
That's the opposite. So you can decide how you want to reduce heat, what you think makes the most sense, and then you can make the action roll.
I feel like...
Yeah.
I feel like it would be the kind of thing where it's the kind of usual song and dance where I end up like, how do I say it? Like it's heading up to Esme, just kind of helping her spread the word that it was all alleged or someone else that said it, or like the whole misinformation kind of spiel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, totally. It sounds like have a is sway or consort? I guess it's like consort is like when you care about their feelings, right? Or is that sway? It might be mixing the two up.
Like it.
Yeah. All right. Let me check this.
Sway someone with charm, logic.
Sorry. Yeah.
Sorry, I should be answering this question. Sway is like literally persuading people, and consorting is usually a lot more of like gathering information from a group or working with like people who are already your allies is usually what it's for.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
If someone's like, "Ooh, I don't want to do that," and you're like, "Okay, I need to sway you to do it, or I need to command you to do it," but if they're already your friends, it's just like about how effective it is usually, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
being friendly, being a chum.
Yeah. Generally speaking, consort is you already have the ally. It's just how well does it go?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I will. Oh wow! We kind of chat.
Yeah, no, it's great, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm gonna reread it all after this stream's over because I can't keep up. All right, so
So I'd like to consort with Esme about the events last night.
That sounds legit, right? So I think part of this is like the way it sounds to me is it's very much like, hey, Esme, this is what we did, which does make her like super like, what's the word? Complicit? That's not right. Is that right? You know what I'm saying? I guess. Like the point is like we're admitting it to her, and she has that like, okay, she has the potential to like completely throw us in the bus if she needs to, and there's like that mutual respect, and it ends up you work together to smooth it over, right?
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, sounds good to me. I like it. B.
So B consort.
Yeah, so you just make an actual consort roll.
Consort
roll. And let me find the results.
And I'm guessing it's controlled.
I think it just doesn't matter, but
it doesn't matter. It's a set amount of results for like how you do.
Mm-hmm. All right, that's vice. Where is the reduce heat? There it is. So yeah, 1 to 3 you reduce it by 1, 4 to 5 you reduce it by 2. On a 6 you reduce it by 3. I assume it's being sent to the server.
It's being sent by carrier pigeon.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So I didn't figure out what I do.
Sparrow.
Yeah, that's right. Oop, I just moved the camera.
Okay, 2. Oh, I know that's your vice.
Yeah, it hasn't populated yet. It'll look like an action roll. It'll be all orange.
Oh, cool. I have to say I like the whole aesthetic of these rolls on the Roll20.
It's really nice. It really helps, especially like as someone trying to do a show. I think it just looks really pretty. Yeah.
And it's really helpful for someone who's never done Roll20 or this.
Nice. Ooh, what? You reduce 5 heat.
No, you're.
So sorry, free heat.
Free heat, yeah. And we're at 4. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if we're at 4, if we were at higher, I would like potentially recommend spending a coin because you go from 3 to 5 if you increase it from a 6 to a crit. But in this case, I think that I think just reducing it is fine. So that's 3, which brings us down to 1. I'll be marking the sheet for us. I think that's great and fine and good.
Yeah, 1 heat is like you're basically good.
Yeah. And it goes well, right? It goes great. Right? At very least, the like citizens of Nightmarket are like on our side. Which we took a bonus rep with them, right?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
From being friends with Esme.
Yes, yeah, she's like our voice among the people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. So that actually reminds me, I would love to try and pick up some gear as a downtime project. So acquire an asset is temporary use, and I don't really want to do that. I want to like get a long-term project to get my hands on a new piece of equipment that I can put on my sheet like permanently as just an option moving forward.
Yeah, totally. What do you want to do?
So I was perusing the old ghost lines. The old it's still available. You can go find it on John Harper's website. And there's some gear in there that is pretty cool. So one of the main things that the Railjacks use in that is the lightning hooks, I think they're called.
Oh, that sounds
And
awesome. I don't even know what
it
it is.
sounds so cool, and unfortunately, unfortunately, there's an official description of them in Blades in the Dark. The Whispers have access to them, and I think they seem kind of not as cool in that in canon. They're like, it's kind of like a electrified loop at the end of a stick that you use to grab ghosts and stick them into bottles. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But there is a thing. I think it's like it's like an electro net launcher or something.
Ooh.
And I think that's probably closer to what I would have been using when I was a Railjack.
Yeah. Okay, that sounds cool.
Because I'm more of the like stand back, long range, shoot my sniper, but I wasn't using like electroplasmic ammunition. I was using.
Yeah, I imagine it. I think it's more of like a cannon, like a kind of a thing, like a shoulder mounted thing, kind of.
Yeah, that sounds good. So. Whatever like the details of it are, it super doesn't matter yet because it's going to be a long-term project. I'm not going to even get it yet, but I want to start working on a project to talk to some contacts with the Railjacks to get me access to one of these, and it's like super not going to be legal for like civilian use. If I get caught with it, it's bad, right? This is like the kind of thing that I want to try and cover up with my smuggler rigging if possible, right? That kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I'm picturing the kind of thing where, like, if you read about electroplasmic ammunition, they say stuff like, this won't kill people, but it can, like, stun them. And I want to basically get, like, a stun net launcher. That also kills ghosts. Yeah. So that's my goal. And I think, let's see, long-term project, I think it's another one of those ones where you choose the, like, type of action, I think. When you work on a long-term project, either a brand new one or one already existing, describe what your character does to advance the project clock and roll one of your actions. Yeah, so it's an action-based thing. So what I basically want to do is, I think right now I'm just greasing wheels, right? I'm talking to my contacts and saying like, hey...
Yeah, your old coworkers,
You totally can trust me with them. I'm not going to get caught. And it's like people humming and hawing like, I don't know. Like, I'm not trying to like steal one. I'm not trying to like do anything shady with the Railjack. We're on good terms with them. I just want to be like, you can trust me with this. No one's going to trace it back to you. It's laying that groundwork of trust. And the way we contextualized my good friend, my good lover friend, is that they were sort of like a guard of this kind of contraband through the rail station, right? They're what they described as a sentinel, I think. And that's Selene, right? I said it earlier and I forgot immediately.
I would pronounce it shit Selene.
Yeah, Selene, a sentinel. So I think that's gonna be like my first point of contact. And maybe she's going to be like, okay, you're going to have to go talk to this person. Nope, you're not going to get that from me right now, but you can talk to someone else. And I do still have contacts with them, but they're not like friends, right? They're like just good rapport as opposed to that, right?
Yeah, it sounds like a consort again, yeah.
It does. That's a good point, which I don't have anything in. But I do think I should be able to use Selene as a friend to get +1 die.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, so I'll roll a consort, which is 0, and add +1 die to it. Okay, cool. So let's call it risky for the time being. Standard effect, and the bonus die is 1. Nice, got a 6.
Nice. Hey, yeah. So
I got a good relationship with these people.
So, nice. So let's see that. So you feel that I say this is like an 8 o'clock thing.
Okay, that seems reasonable. Yeah, I don't know how to judge the length of clocks, honestly. Projects.
Me too. But I feel like this is like I don't know. Like it seems like it was contraband and like just like kind of it's just like it's an expensive piece of equipment.
Oh yeah. It's the kind of thing where like I'm probably paying for it, but like unless I like start paying actual coin, I'm not paying for it. Which actually let's do that. Let's put some let's grease some wheels with money and bump up the 3 segments in the clock to 5 segments with a coin.
Okay, yeah.
Let's do that.
Okay.
So like, I'm willing to pay. Like, here's the money. Like, I can pay for this, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, you get 5 segments.
Cool. So that's still 3 to go.
Yeah. So actually, let's make a rollable. Let's try making.
Go grab a clock.
Yeah. Let's see if
Just
if
put it
I.
like on the river above Nightmarket.
Yeah, makes sense. So yeah, I will see if I remember how to do this.
Okay.
It is. Oh, here we go. H piece. Token.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then you set the filled segments to 5.
I'm just clicking token. Something happening. Do I have to roll it?
Yeah, it's over here. You got it. No, it's there.
Oh, did I make a bunch of them? Oh,
I don't know if you made a bunch or not. I only see the one right now.
Okay, yeah, I only got one.
All right, I'm moving this up here.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, there's a bunch.
Oh no.
All right, cool. There we go. 5 second clock. If you want to add some text to that, you can.
Yeah, I'll add some text.
Make sure And yes, okay. So I need to write down that so I don't forget.
What's it called again?
I'll find the actual name for it, but it's like, let's just say contraband railjack weaponry.
Oh yeah, sure.
It's not even like contraband, right? It's just like it's not legal for civilian use, right?
I think it's contraband.
I guess that is still contraband. Contra,
like
the video game, and
whatever.
band, like the music group.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. It's getting this misspelling, but yeah. Oh, I wrote contraband, which is my. I don't know. It's like my new marketing for Anna.
Okay, so that is my last action, and I really wanted to end at 12. So we have 4 minutes. Let's go through experience.
Yeah.
As fast as we can. We're not going to do it in 4 minutes.
Oh god. Yeah. We'll yeah.
All right. Cool. So where is the sheet for this? Here it is. Okay. There's a long-term project. Getting contraband railjack equipment. Awesome. Love it. And yes. Oh, I need to mark up I needed to make sure I remember to mark off the coin. That's what I wanted to remember. Beautiful. Okay, we're down to 2 coins, which is great because we can only carry 4 anyway. Again, so I've spent 2 coin this downtime. That is something that Brantz could make a big deal about if he wants to.
Yeah.
All right, great. So, experience and stuff. I thought there was like an experience thing that happened at the end of scores, but I didn't see it during.
No, I think it's like an end of session thing.
There's also an end of session. I thought there was both, but that might be something they changed because, like, legit, it was just complicated for no good reason.
Yeah.
So it's very possible that.
Yeah, but I think. So, games examples play faction game.
Advancement, PC advancement, and then crew advancement. That's what I want to look at.
Yeah.
Each player keeps track of experience points. During the game session, mark experience. When a desperate roll is made, mark it within the action type or in the attribute for the action rolled. I was doing that. I don't think you made any desperate rolls, right, Simon?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Yeah. At the end of the session, review the XP triggers on your character sheet. For each one, mark 1 experience if it happened at all, and mark 2 XP if it happened a lot during the session. The experience triggers are your playbook-specific trigger, which we'll go over after. Have you expressed your beliefs, drives, heritage, and or background? Your character's beliefs and drives are yours to define, session to session. Feel free to tell the group about them when you mark experience. So let's talk about that. Did we express our backgrounds? I think I didn't really express being from Severosi at all. Like, that just didn't come up, really.
Yeah.
My background in being a jail rat came up.
Railjack, yeah.
And my sort of, like, general motives kind of didn't. Like, I'm just sort of like, why am I doing this? It didn't really come up at all. So I'd say maybe 1 for me, but not 2.
Yeah.
What do you think, Simon? For yourself, I mean, not for me.
Like, I think the whole thing that came up for me was background, just being the point of contact being Dominic at the docks.
Yeah, that was a big deal. And it came up multiple times. I'd say that it was worth 2, just because, like, because of the entanglement and because, like, you actually, like, were like, I'm going to spend the money and not, like, let him go through that thing. Like, yeah, I think
you also,
that.
Yeah, so for your playbook advancements, like you addressed the challenge of calculation and conspiracy, kind of.
I'm trying to go through them in order. I mean, I know that one's first, but like these are all together. So I'd say 1 for me, 2 for Brant's, regarding background and beliefs and stuff.
Yeah.
The other one is struggling with issues from your vice or traumas. Mark experience for this: if your vice tempted you to some bad action, or if a trauma condition caused you trouble. I think yours did, Brant, because you actually like overindulged and it made some bad action, right? Like,
yeah.
Even though it's a mechanical thing, it still happened, and we still have to deal with it. Yeah. Whereas nothing bad happened with mine. I had a nice night.
Well, yeah, you kind of dug into the coffers, kind of, but yeah.
Who, me?
Yeah. Didn't you spend money to
Yeah.
over?
I mean, you could say that, I guess. If you think that like me spending money is bad, sure. Brant, you need to be.
No, I think it's fine.
Arbiter of this.
Treat yourself as fine.
Look, I'd love for that to be bad for me. It gives me experience. But I need Brant to tell me whether or not that's a bad thing or not.
I think it remains to be seen if you like, if like next session if it damaged your relationship with Brant, then like it's a bad thing. But other than that, yeah.
Okay. I don't think I struggled. I think I had a lovely night. So I'm gonna mark only the 1 from my beliefs and none from my vice, and I think you should mark 2 and 1 probably. That's what I would guess. Yeah, that's what I would think. So the weird thing is that you can put these anywhere. If you want to put them in a specific attribute, then once you fill that row, you'll get an extra point in an action. And if you put them in your playbook, you'll get an extra special ability.
Yeah.
At least that's the way I remember it.
So they're the bars beside the things,
that's
right?
What those are.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. So I'm just going to put mine in playbook for now, and I might rearrange them, depending. And then playbook specific trigger.
Oh, were you marking XP for your desperate rolls?
I was, yeah. I'm at 3 out of 6 in prowess. So...
Did Brant not make any desperate rolls, or I might be?
I don't think so. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I was intentionally opting into them because I am an experienced hound. All right. So every time we roll a desperate roll, so I have my playbook specific thing is if I addressed a challenge with tracking or violence. And I would like to argue that I actually like intentionally tried to use tracking for like I followed that kid because I was paranoid and I wanted to like kill them. I also was trying to like find a like safe route, but that's not really tracking. I that was my intent when I did it, but it's not really. I think just 1 for me.
Yeah, totally.
And Brant, what's yours? It's like being a spider.
Okay, looking through where is that sheet?
It's in under Mark XP under playbook advancement. As the
when you play a spider, you earn it. You'd experience when you adjust challenge with calculation or conspiracy.
Yeah.
Nice. All right.
Which you totally did, I feel like, because you conspired with Dominic to get to like have this all run smooth with the actual getting of the thing, which could have been like a whole challenge.
Cool. Is that 1 or 2? Do you think though?
I think it's 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds fair.
I'm happy with that. Yeah. Let me just double check that this is correct. You keep track of experience point, character earns, mark experience. You can mark end of session experience on any XP track you want, either an attribute or a playbook specific one. Yeah, okay, good. Just making sure. Okay, cool. So I get 2 from that. You got 3, 4, 4. Yeah. I'm into crew advancement. At the end of the session, review the crew's XP triggers. I'm going to skip the crew specific one for now. Contend with challenges above your current station. If you tangled with higher tiers or more dangerous oppositions, mark experience for this.
Yeah, I say like the tier for that demon was like kind of above you.
Yeah, and this is the same as the other thing where it's like, if an item occurred multiple times or in a major way, mark 2 experience. So like if it was like dramatically higher tier, you might do it even though it was only 1. I think in this situation it's 1 because we even though the whole session was dealing with that thing, that was still all one thing.
Yeah.
Bolster your crew's reputation or develop a new one. Review your crew's reputations. Did you do anything to promote it? Also, mark experience if you developed a new reputation for the crew. And I don't know if that's supposed to be like a mechanical thing where there's like ways of developing a relationship, a reputation, or if it's just like if we think retrospectively it makes sense that we earned one, which I think is what it's going for.
I think like Philip could recommend you. So it's like, I think like you. I think like
I tried really hard to be professional.
Yeah.
As much as like my gut kept telling me to be silly, I kept being like, no. We have to be professional.
Yeah.
So hopefully that came
through. You even didn't open the crate, which is like kind of much. Yeah. Which
So I'd say at least 1 for that, personally. Okay, I'm gonna say 1. And express the goals, drives, inner conflict, or essential nature of the crew. This one is very broad. Essentially, did anything happen that highlighted the specific elements that make your crew unique?
I guess I'd be under like doing it professionally.
It's one of those weird like I feel like you should have to be able to like point to a specific thing that happened, but also I just feel like I enjoyed all the role play that happened and the way that it's just 2 of us, so like it doesn't feel as big necessarily. Like the crew is doing stuff, but I feel like our relationship is the crew, right? And I think we did some fun stuff to play off of our relationship, even if it was like during downtime, you know. So I would what's the word? I would like rally for 1, but I mean I don't think that that's necessarily correct. We can discuss.
I'd say 1 is like
Okay. Yeah. And our specific one is execute a successful smuggling mission or acquire new clients or contraband sources.
You think you did that?
The question is, did we do a smuggling thing and acquire a new client? Right? Like maybe that's each one's a separate point.
I don't know if like but I don't think like he necessarily Philip have a job just for you anymore.
Okay, cool. So you're right. You said that he's gonna like recommend this to other people. He's not an ongoing client. I love it. Yeah. So let's take 1 point for that. That gives us 4 experience points for the actual crew. And there's a bunch of other stuff. Every time the crew advances, get stash and stuff. It's whatever. Okay, cool, awesome. So that is the session. We're less than 10 minutes over time. I want this to be a super professional show and hit the time slots, but that is hard. I'm like amazed how close we got, to be entirely honest. So, I was gonna say something about like, hey, say who you are and where people can find you and stuff, and I didn't know what to say for some reason. This has been Sparrows of Nightmarket. Blades in the Dark is a good game. Where can people find you, B?
I am Infinite Bertez on Twitter, or Bertez on Twitch. I don't know if I don't stream it also. That's like not really relevant, but I don't really post all either on Twitter. So yeah, I don't know. You could. I don't know if you want to like hit me up on Discord or something. I can like send me a PM on Twitch. I don't know.
Nice. Simon.
You could find me at Simon DeBio on Twitter. It's at Simon_DeBio, DEMAIO, and I haven't really been keeping up on it lately, but that's fine. I'm not really.
I heard your price was very hot today. That's what I heard.
Yeah.
Saw that right before the show. And I'm DarcyBits on Twitch, twitch.tv/DarcyBits. You can also find me on SideQuest Live, D&D channel. It's a role-playing game channel, but currently we're playing 5th edition D&D. If you want some of that, trad everyone's playing at games experience. If you want to find me elsewhere, all my links are in the About section on my Twitch page. It's probably the easiest way instead of having me list all of them because they all have different names and it's a mess. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Have a good night, everyone.
Nice to see y'all in the chat and
Yeah, no, it's so great of everyone coming out and having a fun time in our chat room. That's what it's there for. So super good to see you all, and that's it. That's the show tonight. Have a good week. We play this every Wednesday at 8 to 12.
Yeah, we've
Eastern
been very
time.
professional for these.
I guess it would be different if you live somewhere else. It would not be 8 to 12.
That's how time works on the planet.
Time is such a thing.
Night, everyone.
Good night.